Chapter 2462. Di Yuan's eyes flashed with joy when he saw the skeleton throw out the only weapon in his hand. He shouted and formed a seal with his hands. A huge palm print appeared. The palm print covered the sky and darkened the sky. A powerful aura raged. A strong gust of wind appeared suddenly. The clouds in the sky were crushed and the sand and stones on the ground were blown away. The palm print fell from the sky. The void was distorted as if it could not withstand the power and could break at any time. Compared to Di Yuan's powerful attack, Zi Chen's stone saber did not have any momentum. It even seemed slow. Just as the disciples of Wuji sect were worried about Zi Chen, the stone saber and Di Yuan's palm print collided. Poof! Encountering the terrifying palm print, the stone saber still moved forward slowly, easily passing through the palm print. After the stone saber passed through the palm print lost all its power and dissipated in the air. The stone saber continued to move forward slowly. Its target was Di Yuan. Di Yuan's expression changed when he saw his attack being dissolved. The energy in his body surged and he chose to dodge. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. He was in disbelief. This was because he discovered that his body was actually unable to move at this moment. It was as if there was a strange power that directly sealed the space around him. Poof! The stone saber pierced his body and flew away with his body. It flew for hundreds of meters before it fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Everyone who saw this scene had a face full of shock and disbelief. If they did not know each other, they would have thought that they were acting. The saber was too slow. Even if it was powerful, Di Yuan from Wang family could have dodged it. However, he did not manage to. Even the sect leader of the Green Fire sect could not figure out what was going on. However, he knew that this was definitely not an act. When his gaze landed on the skeleton again, there was great shock in his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he had kicked an iron plate and provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. However, he was also glad that Wang family had arrived first. Otherwise, he would have been the one who was stabbed. Zi Chen stood there without moving. Di Yuan's scream came from afar. Di Yuan was still lying on the ground with the stone saber stuck in his body. In the sky, Wang Chuan was scared out of his wits. He stood there in a daze without moving. Just after being 4,000, the human origin stage cultivators had all returned and were heading towards the earth origin stage cultivator. They wanted to pull out the stone knife that was stuck in Di Yuan's body, but after several attempts, they couldn't pull it out. This stone saber was very heavy, so heavy that they couldn't move it at all. The abnormality on the other side attracted Wang Chuan's attention. He did not immediately think of a way to save this earth prime cultivator. Instead, he turned and ran. This time, he was really frightened. He could sense that the sinister-looking skeleton was going to kill him in the next moment. Therefore, he ran away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a group of helpless Wang clan experts. Faced with such a situation, they could only look at Qinghua on the other side. After all, Qinghua was at the earthly realm. Whether it was in terms of strength or energy, he was extremely strong. Qinghua looked at the skeletons and then at the Wang clan members. He seemed to be struggling internally. In the end, the Wang clan's dignity overcame his fear of the skeletons. He flew towards the Earth Prime cultivator, ready to help him pull out the stone knife. The others spread out. Qinghua's body flashed with energy as he reached for the stone knife. "Rise!" he shouted, but the stone knife didn't move. Qinghua shouted again, but the stone knife still didn't move. Qinghua shouted for the third time. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but the stone knife didn't even tremble. What kind of weapon is this? Shock appeared on his face, and a trace of horror appeared in his heart. At this moment, he looked at the skeleton with some worry, doubting its origins. Liu Che and Liu Ying were here, but the two of them didn't show themselves. They were hiding in the dark. They saw the previous battle clearly. The Earth Prime cultivator was pierced through in one hit. Liu Ying's expression changed drastically, and Liu Che's pupils shrank abruptly. He didn't recognize this skeleton, and his aura was unfamiliar. He couldn't be sure if it was one of those powerful cultivators. But one thing he was sure of was that the skeleton was very strong, very strong. This could be seen from the fact that Qinghua couldn't even pull out the skeleton's weapon. "Father, is this one of the powerful cultivators who returned?" Liu Ying asked. Liu Che shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "What should we do now?" Liu Ying asked again. Liu Che said, "Wait." At this moment, he was waiting, and so was Zi Chen. He was waiting for Wang Chuan to bring people over so that he could settle this matter once and for all. The cultivators from the Wuji sect behind were all stunned when they saw that sect master Qinghua couldn't even lift the weapon in the skeleton's hand. Zi Chen waited patiently. Today, he wanted to block all the trouble outside. He believed that as long as the Wang clan was defeated, no other force would dare to behave atrociously in the Wuji sect. The sacred land was very big. If Wang Chuan wanted to go back and find reinforcements, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Fortunately, there was a teleportation formation nearby, which could greatly increase the speed. No matter how Wang Chuan went back and told them about what happened today, they brought another powerful cultivator. This time, it was a domain realm cultivator. A domain realm cultivator had his own domain and was an extremely powerful existence. After the end of the turmoil, a domain realm cultivator rarely appeared. When the domain realm cultivator saw that Di Yuan was still unable to get up, he frowned and flew straight over. After that, he tried to lift the stone saber. "Rise!" he shouted, but the stone saber didn't move at all. This repeated several times, but the stone saber still couldn't be moved. All the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. They didn't expect that even a domain realm cultivator couldn't do anything to the stone saber. Pretending to be mysterious, the domain realm cultivator snorted and rushed towards Zi Chen. In his opinion, the stone saber couldn't be moved because there was something strange about it. So, as long as he killed him, everything would be easy. While he was moving forward, he had already unfolded his domain realm. Before Zi Chen could react, Zi Chen was enveloped in it. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Chuan couldn't help but smile proudly. "Damn skeleton, how dare you go against the Wang family?" Before his complacent laughter could fade away, a loud explosion rang out from the place where the two of them had disappeared. The two of them who had disappeared appeared once again. Zi Chen was still standing in the same place, while the domain realm cultivator flew backward. At this moment, blood was spurting out of his chest. There was a bloody hole there. His face was full of horror and shock. After he landed, he coughed up blood and fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly. The pride on Wang Chuan's face froze, and he retreated backward again. However, this time, Zi Chen looked at him and said, "Call the Wang family's strongest cultivator here. Otherwise, I won't let this go." For the first time, he sent a soul fluctuation to the other party. Wang Chuan was so scared that he turned and ran. Zi Chen ignored the domain realm cultivator and walked toward Di Yuan, who couldn't move at all. The others immediately scattered, not daring to surround the place. Zi Chen came in front of Di Yuan and stared at him. Di Yuan's face was full of horror. He begged for mercy, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Puff. Zi Chen grabbed the stone saber and pulled it out easily. Blood spurted out of Di Yuan's chest. Ignoring Di Yuan, Zi Chen carried the stone saber and walked toward the Wuji sect. How dare he say that he wants to find the strongest cultivator? How arrogant! Liu Ying, who was hiding in the dark, said in a low voice. He went to retrieve the stone saber. It seems like his at the Undying Sovereign Realm. Liu Che, who was also at the Undying Sovereign Realm, said as he looked at Zi Chen's back. At this moment, besides Liu Che, many other forces had come after hearing the news. However, they were all hiding in the dark. They were still very shocked to see a domain realm cultivator being defeated so easily. Next, they would see what kind of cultivator the Wang family sent. This way, they would be able to see the skeleton's true realm. Everyone was waiting to see if the powerful Wang family would destroy the skeleton this time, or if the Wang family had kicked an iron plate again. The Wang family's cultivator had arrived. This time, it was an old man who was known to be undying. In the Tianwu continent, where the rules were suppressed, Such an existence could be called the strongest cultivator. When he arrived and saw the scene, he frowned and stared at Zichen. He said, "Are you the one who injured my Wang family's people?" His gaze was cold and sharp, and his aura was surging. After seeing the old man, the faces of the people hiding in the dark changed drastically. They did not expect such a powerful existence to come. The old man's gaze swept past Zichen and then looked at the void. He said coldly, "Are you all here to watch the show?" Scram. The word scram turned into sound waves that scattered in all directions. The people hiding in the dark appeared one after another. After bowing to the old man, they quickly retreated. Liu Che was still hiding. His attention was fixed on the skeleton. The skeleton walked toward the old man with the stone saber. Wang Chuan reminded, "Old ancestor, he can't fly. A skeleton that can't fly dares to behave atrociously in front of my Wang family. It's simply..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold voice. "An undying sovereign has come. Is your Wang family looking down on us?" After saying that, he threw the stone saber in his hand. The stone saber's speed was relatively slow. It flew toward the old man. In everyone's opinion, this saber could be easily dodged by flying. However, the undying old man did not dodge. He was directly pierced in the chest by the saber, and his body fell to the ground. Zichen walked toward the old man who fell to the ground. The surroundings were deathly still and quiet. Zichen walked in front of the old man. The old man, who had been arrogant before, now looked at Zichen in horror. The stone saber pierced his body. He felt as if his body was being pressed down by a mountain, and he could not move at all. Seeing the skeleton coming, he raised his hand and struck out a palm. The palm print fell on the skeleton's body. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any waves. Zichen stood in front of the old man. He grabbed the stone saber and pulled it out. But soon, he pierced the old man's body again. Puff, puff. This repeated again and again. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of the stone saber piercing the body could be heard. Chapter 2463. Poof. The stone saber stabbed into his body and blood splattered everywhere. Poof. The stone saber was pulled out and stabbed into his body again. Blood gushed out from the wound. Poof. 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 This repeated over and over again, but the stone blade was still not stained with a single drop of blood. However, the supreme being in front of him, who was known to be undying and indestructible, had become a person of blood. He was covered in blood and his original appearance could no longer be seen. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Whether it was those who were preparing to leave after hearing the old man's threat or those who were hiding in the dark, they were all stunned at this moment. They stood there in a daze as if they were petrified. The old man was from the Wang family. He was an undying existence with extremely strong combat strength. However, at this moment, in front of this skeleton, he had no room to resist. The stone saber stabbed into his body again and again. The old man let out a shrill howl. At this moment, Qinghua's heart was beating rapidly as if it was going to jump out of his throat. At this moment, he was really frightened. The fact that he could still stand there was already proof of his mental strength. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be scared to death. When he heard what the two core realm experts said earlier, he was furious and wanted to teach this reckless skeleton a lesson. However, the Wang family appeared at the right time, so he did not do anything. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with gratitude towards the Wang family and Wang Chuan. Otherwise, he would have been dead for a long time. Beside him, the other cultivators from the Green Fire sect were also so shocked that they could not utter a single word. It must be the return of an expert. This time, the Wang family kicked an iron plate. Liu Che, who was hiding in the dark, had a face full of fear. He could not help but recall the rumor that the Wang family kicked an iron plate back then. It was said that a good-for-nothing disciple of the Wang family accidentally provoked Zichen, who had just returned. As a result, they invited group after group of experts, but all of them were defeated. In the end, all the pressured existences in the entire Holy Land appeared to discuss the Wang family. That was why there was a great purge against the Wang family. Liu Che knew very well that it was a great purge, not a bloodbath as the Wang family thought. If there was really a bloodbath, the Wang family would have been destroyed back then. Now, everything seemed to be repeating the same mistake. Seeing the undying and indestructible patriarch being defeated so easily by the skeleton, the fear in Wang Chuan's heart reached its peak. This time, he quickly ran away to get help. It wasn't as if the Wang clan didn't have a realm stronger than the undying and imperishable realm. 4,000. After Wang Chuan left, this undying and indestructible old man was already half dead. Even the surging vitality in his body was unable to save his life at this moment. Fortunately, the stone saber stopped. If this continued, this undying imperishable would definitely die. The other party's entire body was covered in blood. His chest was already a bloody mess, and no normal flesh could be seen. After that, Zi Chen bent down and took the spirit ring from his hand. Given the Boundless sect's current situation, they would need a lot of resources to rebuild it, but he didn't have these resources on him. After taking off the spirit ring, he grabbed it with one hand and sent his physical strength into the spirit ring. Pu. Undying Indestructible coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had already lost contact with his spirit ring. However, there weren't many resources in the spirit ring. After all, Undying Indestructible had a world, and many valuable items were in his own world. He walked back with the stone saber. The Boundless sect's disciples, however, didn't say anything. Because they were all stunned, almost petrified. They had once estimated that the skeleton's combat strength should be equivalent to the human origin realm. But they didn't expect that their guesses would be shattered again and again. Even the so-called strongest Undying Indestructible couldn't last more than one round in front of him. Such a great expert had descended from the sky and was willing to protect the Boundless sect. They felt like they had been hit with a big pie. At this moment, only dizziness remained. The surroundings were still filled with silence. Even the old man no longer wailed. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the Wang clan's reply. They wanted to see if the Wang clan's experts would come out in full force to kill this skeleton, or if the Wang clan's experts would be wiped out today. They didn't have to wait for long before a powerful aura came from the horizon. This was the aura of a pseudogenius. In this era where the rules were suppressed, pseudogeniuses were very amazing existences. For example, Xing Dao Li protected the Boundless sect as a pseudogenius. Those major forces didn't dare to provoke him at all. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the pseudogenius coming from the horizon. There was an uproar all around. The pseudogenius was holding something in his hand. It was a human head. It was Wang Chuan's. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. The pseudogenius arrived and sized up the battlefield. Then, he threw out the head, cupped his fists, and said, "The Wang clan didn't do things properly. Thank you for showing mercy, senior." The surroundings were in an uproar again. The pseudogenius actually called the skeleton senior. Then how strong was the other party? Zi Chen looked at the pseudogenius and said, "I thought you would try to attack a few times." "I don't dare." The pseudogenius cupped his fists again and said. Zi Chen said, "Tomorrow morning, I want to see all the resources that Wang Feng took from the Boundless sect. If I don't see it, I will go to the Wang clan and personally take it back." The pseudogenius expression changed slightly, but he quickly replied, "Yes. I wonder if Senior has any other instructions. I will leave the time castle to you. Consider it a contribution that your Wang clan's ancestor made to the Boundless sect. From now on, the Wang clan and the Boundless sect have nothing to do with each other." As soon as these words came out, it caused another uproar. Now that the Wang clan was like the sun in the sky, who didn't want to curry favor with them? But from this skeleton's words, it seemed that the Wang clan had taken the credit of the Boundless sect. At the same time, they were also guessing who this skeleton was. Yes. The pseudogenius was silent for a moment, then responded. Although the current Wang clan could destroy the Boundless sect in an instant and didn't want to have anything to do with the Boundless sect, after hearing the skeleton's words, he felt that the Wang clan seemed to be missing something. He stood there respectfully and waited for a moment. After seeing that the skeleton didn't say anything, he cupped his fists and left. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Wang clan also left. It must be a powerhouse from back then, but who is it? Liu Che frowned, thinking about the skeleton's identity. Next to him, Liu Ying was completely scared out of his wits. He wasn't very old. In his mind, the Wang clan was the true sky of the hallowed grounds. When all the disciples of the Wang clan went out, they would appear superior. But he didn't expect that a skeleton would come today and make the Wang clan bow their heads. At first, he didn't believe that a single person could fight against an entire sect, but now he believed it. The Wang clan, known as the #1 family in the hallowed grounds, had chosen to bow their heads in front of this skeleton. Moreover, the skeleton's words were too domineering. If the Wang clan didn't take out the resources of the past, then he would personally take it. Obviously, he wanted to enter the Wang clan alone. The pseudo-genius returned to the Wang clan. The higher-ups of the Wang clan began to urgently discuss today's matter. What big words! Let him come over. I don't believe that he can break through our formation. You have to know that our formation was personally built by LV Peng back then. An elder said coldly. Don't be careless. That existence is very familiar with the Boundless sect. I believe that he was once a powerhouse. Although I don't know why he became like this, his combat strength is very powerful. And since he dares to say that he's the Wang clan, he definitely isn't speaking casually. Also, he mentioned the time castle and said that he was giving it to us because of our ancestors' contributions to the Boundless sect. But this also tells us that the fate of the Boundless sect and our Wang clan is over. So what? Our Wang clan is already the #1 family in the hallowed grounds. What is a mere Boundless sect to us? No matter how strong the Wang clan elders were at this moment, they still couldn't erase the fear in their hearts. After returning to the Boundless sect, Zichen was worshipped like a moon surrounded by stars. This extremely ugly skeleton had become the savior of the Boundless sect. Senior, may I ask if you are one of the ancestors who founded the Boundless sect? The only core nascent realm old woman in the Boundless sect suddenly asked. Everyone else looked at Zichen with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Zichen shook his head and said, No, I just have some ties with the Boundless sect. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, they had always stayed in the Boundless sect, and in their hearts, they all had a sense of reverence for the ancestors of the past. However, I've met your ancestors a few times. Wu Liu is a meticulous person. In the beginning, he was the steward of the Boundless sect, managing all the affairs of the Boundless sect. Zhong Haotian was one of the strongest generals back then. He was skilled in assassination, and his name shook the entire Martial Heaven continent. Hearing the skeleton talk about the ancestors of the past, everyone listened with great interest. They were all very excited. The Boundless sect, which had been suppressed for so many years, was finally no longer being bullied. This sect that everyone was looking forward to being destroyed would never be destroyed again. The next day, Zhong Chutian came to Zichen early in the morning. He asked nervously, Senior, what if the Wang clan doesn't send the resources today? Senior, are you really going to go to the Wang clan? Zichen shook his head. Zhong Chutian sighed. It's best if you don't go. I heard that the Wang clan's formation was personally set up by one of the ancestors of the Boundless sect, Ancestor Lu Peng. It's almost impossible to break. We're going to take a time castle back today. After that, if the Wang clan doesn't send the resources over, I'll go personally. This. Zhong Chutian's face was full of worry. Don't worry. The sky brightened, but the Wang clan's people still hadn't arrived. Zichen was the first to leave. Not long after, the ground shook and the roars of beasts rang out. Everyone walked out and saw a group of strange beasts heading in the direction of the Boundless sect. A skeleton was sitting on the back of the strange beast. Seeing these strange beasts, the Boundless sect's disciples were stunned. They were very clear about their surroundings and knew that there were no strange beasts nearby. Furthermore, it was such a powerful group of strange beasts. Zichen had found these strange beasts in a small sealed world. Before the upheaval, that world was one of the Boundless sect's training grounds. Come, follow me to the time castle. Following his order, These weak cultivators carefully walked toward the strange beasts. These strange beasts were very powerful, but they were very obedient at this moment, allowing these weak humans to ride them. Chapter 2464. Zichen led everyone away because he was worried that some other powers would suddenly attack them. After all, the everlasting sect only had so many people left. If his foundation was gone, what could he do no matter how strong he was? Ever since the battle yesterday, the everlasting sect had become the focus of everyone's attention. When they saw that the everlasting sect's people had all left on strange beasts, they all sent voice transmissions to their clans or sects to report this matter. After that, these people secretly followed them, wanting to see what they were going to do. The Wang clan also heard the news immediately. They were still hesitating whether to give up all their resources, so they chose to wait and see. At the same time, they also sent people out to investigate. Liu Che and Liu Ying also came early. They didn't believe that the everlasting sect's people would use such a huge force just to escape. The other party didn't even put a fake heaven in their eyes. Which power could force them to escape? Zichen's target this time was the Hu clan. This was a clan that had risen for thousands of years. It was very powerful, and its momentum could faintly contend with the Holy Land's Wang clan. It could be said that this was the first clan to rise in the entire Tianwu continent after the Great Upheaval. Moreover, it was a clan that had no connection with the everlasting sect. Logically speaking, Zichen shouldn't have gone to a clan that had no connection with the everlasting sect. Zichen had always been brooding about the destruction of the everlasting sect, so he asked Zhongchu Tian about the details of the everlasting sect's destruction. Coincidentally, this part of history hadn't been erased. Zhongchu Tian told him that the first patriarch of the Hu clan, Hu Fei, had a close relationship with the sect master of the everlasting sect, Nangong Anlu. There had always been a rumor that Nangong Anlu was able to become the sect master because of Hu Fei. In the end, when Nangong Anlu decided to attack the demon race, the Hu clan also contributed a lot. Senior, is the time castle really in the Hu clan? Zhongchu Tian asked as he rode on a strange beast to Zichen's side. The time castle is one of the most precious things in the Tianwu continent. It comes from the 4 great sacred burial grounds. This kind of thing wouldn't disappear for no reason. Zichen said, now that the time castle has disappeared without a trace, it should be in the Hu clan. Is it the original 4 great sacred burial grounds? It is said that there are many treasures there. Back then, the old ancestor and the others also went there to explore again and again. Zhongchu Tian said with some yearning. Zichen nodded but didn't say anything. Zhongchu Tian asked again, there are also 4 burial grounds, so why won't the burial grounds open now? Or is this all just a rumor? Zichen turned to look at Zhongchu Tian, the current holy burial ground. Zhongchu Tian said, yeah. Senior, don't you know? After the upheaval, 4 holy burial grounds had appeared in the martial heaven continent. It was said that the violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been absorbed by those holy burial grounds. There are also rumors that say that the fall of a saint is the reason why the heavens and earth are in chaos. That's why the spiritual energy is flowing away, and that's why the calamity is coming. The heavens and earth were in chaos, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely drained. This was because the rules had sensed the fall of the heaven-defying person, and everything had returned to its original state. If what Zhong Haotian said was true, it meant that there were 4 saints who had gathered the disappeared spiritual power in a certain place. Just like the opening of the holy burial ground back then, the surging spiritual power returned to this world once again. And the holy burial ground that year was set up by the 4 great saints when they were heavily injured. Then what about the holy burial ground this time? Which saint was it that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Ordinary saints were unable to do it, and the weakest was at least a saint king. After entering the lightning divine palace, his companions had all died in battle, so which saint king came out? Zichen's heart moved, and the answer was obvious. So you were there. He could imagine the despair in the 4 girls' hearts. Seeing the upheaval of heaven and earth, they collected the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then fell into a deep sleep of despair. Zichen suddenly asked, do you know where the 4 holy burial grounds are? Zhong Chutian shook his head and said, I don't know. It's just a legend, no one has seen the current holy burial grounds. Zichen nodded, and did not speak anymore. He sank into deep thought, and his mood became very complicated. Back then, in the trip to the Lightning Divine Palace, their losses were too great. If he could go back in time, he would definitely warn his friends to never enter the Lightning Divine Palace again. He could go in and face fate, but he was not willing to let them follow him into danger, and not return. Now, everyone was dead, and he had become neither human nor ghost. Every time it was late at night, he, who was unable to cultivate in peace, would sink into deep self-blame. Monk, Zhong Haotian, Devil Ape, Longhu, and the others were all dead. He let out a silent sigh in his heart. Senior, we're here. The Hu family is just ahead. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Chutian's voice sounded, and Zichen recovered from his deep thoughts. His soul could not extend out, but his sharp senses were still there, so he could still feel the unusual aura coming from the Hu family even though they were a long distance away. Among them, there was the aura coming from the time castle. Although this aura was very weak, and almost undetectable, it could not escape Zichen's senses. Because the time castle was his to begin with, no matter how many people passed through it. For thousand refining, the imprint that belonged to him was still inside. That was the imprint left on him by the 4 great sages. As long as he did not die, the imprint would not dissipate. Zichen said, let's go and take the time castle back. When Zhong Chutian heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that the missing time castle was actually in the Hu family. As for how this senior was sure, in Zhong Chutian's opinion, this senior was not even afraid of pseudo-heaven, so he naturally had some special methods. Seeing the people of the everlasting sect heading straight for the Hu family, the cultivators following behind all revealed puzzled expressions. Farther, looking at their goal, they should be going to the Hu family. What are they going there for? Liu Ying asked doubtfully. Liu Che first shook his head, indicating that he did not know, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In the upper echelons of the Qianwu continent, there had always been a rumor that the Hu family played a huge role in the internal strife of the everlasting sect when they were at their strongest. Moreover, one of the time castle that everyone paid attention to disappeared for no reason, and some people guessed that it was obtained by the Hu family. Yesterday, the skeleton had threatened that the time castle had been given to the Wang family, and from then on, their fate with the Wang family was over. However, they came to the Hu family today. Could it be that they were here for the time castle? However, although the Hu family's inheritance was not as long as the Wang family's, they had become an overlord in just a few thousand years. Even the arrogant disciples of the Wang family would be more low-key than usual when they came to the territory controlled by the Hu family. This was because this was a family that was not weaker than the Wang family. Sure enough, under their tail, the people of the everlasting sect were getting closer and closer to the Hu family. In the end, they were only about 10 miles away. Halt! A cold voice sounded from heaven and earth, and a powerful aura was released. This was an aura that only a domain realm expert would have. The appearance of a domain realm expert did not mean that the Hu family's gatekeeper was such an existence, but among the strange beasts that Zichen brought, there were many Earth realm experts, and those of other realms were useless. Zichen had no intention of stopping and continued to walk forward. If you go any further, I'll kill you without mercy. A crazy murderous intent emerged from the domain realm expert's body. As this murderous intent emerged, the disciples of the everlasting sect and the strange beasts trembled and felt fear in their hearts. You all wait here. Zichen stood up from the back of the strange beast. With the stone saber tied to his back, he descended. Boom! His figure landed on the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Zichen walked out of the smoke and dust and walked toward the Hu family in front of him. Behind him, all the cultivators who followed him widened their eyes. At this moment, the shock in their hearts had reached the extreme. Since the other party dared to enter the Hu family alone, it was obvious that he also had the strength to enter the Wang family alone. What he said yesterday was not a threat, but a fact. The cultivators from the Wang family hurriedly reported this news to the family. You're courting death. With a loud roar, the domain realm expert charged towards Zichen. His domain realm was fully activated and instantly enveloped Zichen. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared. In an instant, the two of them reappeared. The domain realm broke and the two of them were sent flying backward. His face was full of horror. Looking at the skeleton approaching step by step, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fell backward. He just fainted, but he did not die. Since Zichen returned to the Tianwu continent, he had not killed a single person. As for Wang Chuan's death, it was his own fault, but it was not Zichen who killed him. Enemy attack. A fierce shout came from afar, followed by waves of powerful auras. The weakest of these auras was at the Earth Prime realm, which showed that the Hu family still had a strong foundation. These people quickly rushed towards Zichen, but in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by Zichen. All the cultivators who were sent flying were seriously injured. At this moment, in front of Zichen, there was only one Earth Prime realm expert left, who was the weakest among the group. In everyone's opinion, the skeleton had left him behind because he disdained to attack someone of his level. Fart. But in the next moment, the skeleton made a move and pointed at the Earth Prime realm expert's glabella, extinguishing his vitality. When he came to the Tianwu continent, he had not killed a single expert, but now he had killed someone. However, the person he killed was not the strongest among those people, but a mere Earth Prime realm expert. This was very puzzling. The experts behind continued to rush over. There were experts of all levels. Just as they were guessing that the skeleton was going to start a massacre, they realized that the skeleton still did not kill them. However, during this period, he killed another two people, and these two people were not the strongest. Everyone could not understand the skeleton's motive for killing people, but the scene at this moment was very spectacular. The skeleton advanced, one cultivator after another rushed forward, and then flew backward again. During this time, no one was able to stop him. He walked forward in a straight line and arrived outside the Hu family's gate. A restrictive light barrier appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire Hu family. This was the Hu family's formation. Chapter 2465. Seeing the skeleton holding the stone saber, those who were lucky enough to see the power of the stone saber yesterday all looked at the scene nervously and expectantly. They all wanted to know if the stone saber could break the Hu family's array. The Wuji sect cultivators sitting on the back of the strange beasts were also very nervous at this moment. Clenching the stone saber tightly, Zichen slashed down. The strength of his physical body ignited a bright saber light. The saber light landed on the light barrier. The light barrier didn't tremble at all. It cracked from the middle and was directly split into two, breaking the array with one slash. The disciples of the Hu family who were in the array were all shocked. They didn't expect that the Hu family's powerful array would be broken with one slash. The spectators in the distance were all stunned. Yesterday, they saw the skeleton's combat strength. Even the undying and indestructible were injured in one blow. Today, however, they saw that the skeleton's combat strength was even stronger. Even the array couldn't stop the skeleton's advance. After the array was broken, Zichen strode in. However, as soon as he entered the Hu family, the array that was just cut open appeared again and enveloped Zichen. Clang! Clang! In the array, clanging sounds were constantly heard. Fog lingered in the array, and cold weapons could vaguely be seen flashing. H, do you really think the Hu family's array is so easy to break? A cold voice could be heard from the array. Activate the ultimate killing array. Completely destroy this thief. The rest of you, go out and slaughter all these reckless fellows. In the array, killing intent surged, and the ultimate killing array was activated. At the same time, some powerful cultivators rushed out of the array and attacked the disciples of the Wuji sect. When the people behind saw this scene, their shocked expressions were full of surprise. They didn't expect the Hu family to play such a trick at this moment. They lured the enemy into the ultimate killing array, and now they wanted to kill the Wuji sect. They didn't move. They just watched quietly. Many people breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. If the Wuji sect was destroyed today, they would have no more burdens. However, before the members of the Hu family could make a move, they heard a cry of surprise from the great array. Then, a bright blade light rushed out from the great array. The saber light was exceptionally bright, surging with a powerful aura. The peerless great formation that the Hu clan had activated was completely cut open at this moment. At the same time, the sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the base of the formation. The entire Hu clan's grand formation had been completely destroyed. "You! Who are you?" That cold voice from before had now become incomparably terrified. A middle-aged man was lying on the ground with blood seeping out of his mouth as he stared at the skeleton before him in shock. Zichen didn't say anything. He just raised his stone knife and cut down. Just like that, this powerhouse who almost had the strength of a supreme being was killed by a single slash. This was the fourth person Zichen had killed since coming to the Hu clan. Those who had rushed out of the formation to kill the disciples of the Wuji sect also stopped when they saw that the formation was broken. Then, they flew into the depths of the family. Now that such an expert had come, it seemed like he wanted to destroy the Hu clan. They had no choice but to invite the Hu clan's old ancestors who were in seclusion. "You are courting death." An undying qi emerged. An undying sovereign charged towards Zichen. He was holding an imperial weapon in his hand. A powerful qi emerged from him. Fat. Zichen slashed down, and the imperial weapon broke in the middle. The undying sovereign was severely injured and flew backward. The undying origin in his body had suffered such great damage that it was on the verge of dissipating. The huge gap between the two caused his face to be filled with deep fear. "Go and call the Lord over. This is an expert." He gritted his teeth and shouted. Zichen glanced at him and then walked forward. He didn't kill him. After that, most of the people were seriously injured, and only a few were killed. Everyone was very curious about Zichen's motive for killing because those who died weren't the strongest. At this moment, the Hu clan's grand formation had been completely destroyed. Therefore, even though they were far away, they could still use their spiritual senses to see what was happening here. The skeleton went straight into the Hu clan's residence with his saber. It was as if no one could stop him. Those cultivators of the Wang clan were also greatly shocked when they saw that the skeleton was so powerful. They were very glad that such an existence didn't go to the Wang clan. "Who dares to come to the Hu clan and behave atrociously?" A cold voice came from the depths. A powerhouse in seclusion appeared. This was a pseudo-heaven. Yesterday, such an existence came to the Wang clan, but in the end, he didn't make a move. Instead, he respectfully apologized to the skeleton. But today, this pseudo-heaven came with killing intent. "You're courting death." When the pseudo-heaven saw Zichen, killing intent flickered in his eyes as he headed straight for Zichen. Wherever he passed, the space instantly shattered, but it couldn't withstand the powerful aura from his body. Facing the pseudo-heaven, Zichen held his saber and raised his stone saber. The saber light streaked across and went straight for the pseudo-heaven. The shattered space around the pseudo-heaven froze for an instant and no longer shattered. Fat. The saber light flashed through the frozen space and passed through the pseudo-heaven's body. The pseudo-heaven's body was split into two from the middle, and blood spurted out. The two halves of the pseudo-heaven's corpse fell to the sides. Zichen stepped on the river of blood and walked forward. The surroundings suddenly became incomparably quiet. Even the noisy Hu clan fell silent at this moment. As everyone knew, when one reached the undying sovereign realm, one's body would possess the undying source. Even if one's body was completely shattered, one could recover in an instant. It could be said that after reaching the undying sovereign realm, one would enter the undying realm. Even the undying sovereign was like this, let alone the pseudo-heaven. However, after the pseudo-heaven's body was split in half, the undying source in his body also disappeared, as if it was destroyed by a powerful energy. One saber strike, and the pseudo-heaven died. It was a true death, not some kind of disguise. In this almost dead atmosphere, the pseudo-heaven's aura once again came from the depths. However, after this aura appeared, the expressions of the powerhouses watching the battle in the distance changed drastically. Because this aura was incompatible with the aura of the Tianwu continent. It was also very different from their auras. With the appearance of this aura, the laws of heaven and earth changed. They could clearly feel that there was a repulsive force in the laws of heaven and earth. A word that had disappeared for thousands of years appeared in their minds in an instant. The aura of a foreign race. This person was a foreign race. The foreign race was heaven. 4,000. They were the mortal enemies of the continent, just like the devil race of the past. After completely revealing his aura, the pseudo-heaven became incomparably powerful. After appearing, he coldly stared at Zichen. Just who are you? Zichen looked at him. You're finally willing to reveal your true form. If you don't speak, then die. The pseudo-heaven snorted and began to circulate his aura. A black hole appeared around him, and it was constantly expanding. An aura that was so terrifying that it caused one to suffocate swept through the area. Zichen held the stone saber in his hand and exerted force on his feet. His whole body bounced up and rushed towards the alien race in the black hole. Killing intent erupted from the alien's eyes, and he unleashed a powerful attack. The world became incomparably bright, and a terrifying beam of light shot towards Zichen. Swish! Zichen's stone saber slashed out, splitting the beam of light. The expanding black hole stopped, and the stone saber passed through the alien's body. Fart! Blood spurted out as the two halves of the alien's body fell to the ground. The pseudo-heaven, who had displayed his full power, was still killed. Heaven realm. He's definitely a heaven realm expert from back then. That was what Liu Che thought when he saw the pseudo-heaven being killed so easily. Furthermore, he didn't understand the skeleton's motive for killing people, but now he understood. It turned out that the skeleton had only killed aliens. Going back even further, the Boundless sect's internal turmoil was definitely due to the bewitchment of these aliens. This was truly laughable. Listening to an alien's instigation, they had attacked their former allies, the devil race, and in the name of eradicating the alien race. At this moment, the aura of a heaven realm expert appeared. It was still an alien's aura that was incompatible with the martial heaven continent's laws. The heaven realm was a realm that shouldn't have appeared in this era. He hadn't expected the Hu family to have such an expert, and an alien at that. The heaven realm expert who appeared stared at Zichen with a solemn expression. He was also thinking about who the other party was. "Sir, why have you come today?" asked the heaven realm expert. He didn't immediately attack. "Exterminate your race and take back the time castle." A hoarse voice came from Zichen's soul. Then, he leaped up again and charged toward the heaven realm expert. Swish! Swish! At this moment, two people charged out from the shadows. At first, these two people were inconspicuous, but when they arrived in front of Zichen, they erupted with powerful heaven realm auras. It turned out that there wasn't just one heaven realm expert, but three. Thus, Zichen, who was charging forward, swung the stone saber in his hand 3 times. After 3 times, Zichen's figure landed on the ground. The 3 heaven realm experts paused in midair for a moment before falling head first to the ground. Dead. At this moment, everyone had yet to recover from the skeleton's words about exterminating the alien race and taking back the time castle. They didn't expect the 3 alien heaven realm experts to be killed in a single exchange. At this moment, they were puzzled. They didn't understand what realm this skeleton was at. Even a heaven realm expert could be killed in one move. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Skeleton shouted, "Do you think you can run away?" He exerted force with his feet and leaped up quickly. Then, he held the stone saber in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! The stone saber landed on the ground, and a powerful wave spread out in all directions. Under this wave, at least 50% of the buildings in the Hu family were destroyed. At the same time, a deep hole appeared where the stone saber stabbed. A divine aura came from the hole. It's a saint. The Hu family still has a saint. After sensing this aura, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically. "Who are you? Why do you want to exterminate my Hu family? I have no enmity with you." The saint's angry voice came from underground. "Everyone has the right to kill an alien invasion," Zichen said coldly. "Nonsense. Back then, Zichen had a very good relationship with us. He allowed us to come here. But you instigated and destroyed the Wuji sect. Damn you. Bang. The ground shook as the saint flew out. His divine aura filled every corner. Puff. Chapter 2466. A powerful saint, an existence that rarely appeared in the world, an existence that only existed in legends, had been killed with a single slash in front of everyone's eyes. The saint's corpse fell to the ground, still exuding a powerful aura. Even though it was a corpse, no one could get close to it. For this era, the saint's corpse was a true treasure. If it was given to a fake heaven, he might be able to comprehend the true laws of heaven and earth and break through to the heaven realm in one fell swoop. There was even a slight possibility that a heaven realm cultivator could become a saint. Chen opened his broken world without any vitality and took the saint's corpse and the corpses of the 3 heaven realm cultivators. During this time, the world was still silent. The experts from the Hu clan gathered together spontaneously and bowed to Chen. They said in unison, "Thank you for saving us, my lord." Most of these people were injured by Chen but not killed. At this moment, they looked at Chen gratefully with obvious relief in their eyes. Chen looked at them and nodded. Then, he walked into the depths. These people understood Chen's meaning. After getting up, they rushed to various places in the Hu clan. Soon, news of the battle spread. This was a battle between the Hu clan cultivators and the foreign races. After staying here for so many years, they naturally knew which race was which. Now that the saint and the heaven realm cultivators were all dead, the soul restrictions that belonged to them had disappeared. They were free, but before they left, they had to kill all the foreign races here. Rumbling sounds came from the depths. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently as if a giant was moving forward. The people who had yet to recover from their shock subconsciously looked up into the distance. They saw a skeleton walking over from the distance, holding a huge palace in his hand. That palace was the disappeared castle of time. Holding a palace in his hand? How much strength did that require? Refine it and bring it back, Chen said to the only core realm cultivator of the Wuji sect. His soul couldn't extend out of his body, so he couldn't refine this castle of time. The old woman quickly stepped forward. At this moment, her mind was still in a daze. Everything she did was according to Chen's instructions. Who would have thought that the Wuji sect, which had been in grave danger the day before and could be destroyed at any time, would destroy the Hu family, which had been rising for thousands of years. Furthermore, they had also obtained their own time castle. The surroundings remained silent. However, many of the spectators had chosen to leave quietly. Some of them were cultivators from the Wang family. They must bring this news back to the Wang family at the first possible moment, lest the Wang family repeat the Hu family's mistakes. Liu Che turned around and glanced at Liu Ying. This person, who had never believed that a single person could go against an entire sect, had witnessed the destruction of the Hu clan with his own eyes. "What do you think?" Liu Che looked at Liu Ying, but the latter could not say a word. The surroundings were silent. If you haven't experienced that glorious era, you will never understand just how terrifying the Boundless sect was back then. They were known as the strongest force on this life star. Although they were destroyed after 5,000 years, as long as one of their experts returns, they can rise again shortly. Liu Che seemed to be able to see that from today onwards, the Boundless sect would rise again. Countless genius disciples would fight to join the Boundless sect. Just like the golden age of the past. Perhaps the families that had left back then would choose to return to the jurisdiction of the Boundless sect. In short, the Boundless sect would welcome a golden age again. With the help of Chen, the old woman with the core essence stage had already put away the time castle. She was very excited and was even more certain that this senior was one of the ancestors of the Boundless sect, but she could not guess who he was. The other disciples of the Boundless sect were also very excited. With the time castle, the Boundless sect would rise again very quickly. Chen stayed there and did not leave. Soon, the battle of the Hu family ended. Those who had regained their freedom came in front of Chen again and took out many spirit rings. There were many resources in each spirit ring. Yesterday, The Boundless sect only had one spirit ring in total. Even their storage bags were pitifully few. Now, seeing so many spirit rings, their eyes lit up as if they had seen rare treasures. The old woman stepped forward and took the spirit rings. She was only at the core essence stage, but those experts were extremely respectful to her. Zichen turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir, now that we have no home to return to, we would like to join the Boundless sect." One of the Supremes spoke up. "Sir, please take us in." The others also spoke up one after another and bowed respectfully. One had to know that these people were all experts. Once they joined the Boundless sect would rise at an even faster speed. The Boundless sect's cultivators were also very excited. Who didn't want more experts in their own sect? They looked at the senior skeleton expectantly, thinking that the senior would definitely agree. The Boundless sect is not accepting disciples for the time being. Who would have thought that this senior skeleton would actually say such a sentence indifferently, then turn around and leave? The Boundless sect's disciples were very confused by the senior skeleton's actions, and the experts were all stunned. This result was somewhat unexpected. Because they knew very well that the Boundless sect's current situation should be in great need of experts like them. This was completely sending charcoal in snowy weather. But the senior skeleton refused. Only Liu Che knew the senior skeleton's intentions in his heart. It seemed that he really cared about the Boundless sect, and not just in an ordinary way. In just 5,000 years, the Boundless sect had been destroyed. Clearly, there was a problem with the Boundless sect's management. After taking a few steps, Zichen looked up at the people in the void and said, "I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to the 5 Elements aristocratic families and the Heavenly Kill Alliance. The other 2 time castles will be given to them, but they must find all the lost cultivation techniques of the Boundless sect within a month and return them to the Boundless sect." With that, they left. As for whether there would be other battles over resources in this place, he didn't know, and he didn't want to know. When the disciples returned to the Boundless sect on the strange beast, they found many Wang family cultivators standing there, and among them was the pseudo-heaven from yesterday. But compared to yesterday, their expressions were even more respectful today. They had to be respectful. Because the Hu family, which could compete with the Wang family, had disappeared, and even the hidden saint had been killed with a single slash. The Wang family believed that they had a long history and a deep foundation, but they definitely didn't have a saint in the family. "Sir, we've already brought the resources. We were in the wrong before. I hope you won't bicker with us for the sake of the Wang family's ancestor," the pseudo-heaven said with a respectful expression, and at the same time, he took out many spirit rings. Zichen glanced at Zhong Chutian, then turned around and entered the Boundless sect. Zhong Chutian understood his meaning. He stepped forward to take the spirit rings and began to check the resources. "Senior, now that the Boundless sect has many things to do, we plan to," the pseudo-heaven said with some reluctance. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zichen. "From now on, the Boundless sect and the Wang family will have nothing to do with each other." With that, he walked into the Boundless sect, leaving behind a group of disappointed Wang family cultivators. At this moment, they truly understood what the Wang family had lost. They had lost a backer. The Boundless sect only had one powerhouse return, and it already had such momentum. What would happen when the others returned one after another? After hearing the news that the Hu family's saint had been killed, the entire Wang family was shaken. At that moment, they finally understood that the Wang family's rise wasn't because they possessed anything, but because of the close relationship between the Wang family's ancestor and the Boundless sect. But now, this relationship was gone. The Wang family was the Wang family, and the Boundless sect was the Boundless sect. Although the Wang family would still be the #1 family in the Holy Land and might not be destroyed, it seemed impossible for them to take another step forward. Because of the suppression of the Great Era's laws, almost no one could break into the Heaven realm or the Saint realm. However, the Boundless sect's former powerhouses were all figures of the previous era. Perhaps they would return one by one and lead the Boundless sect to true prosperity. The old woman took out the time castle, and Zichen filled the once chaotic place with resources. Then, the time castle sat on top of these resources and began to operate. In the following time, Zichen used the resources to repair the Boundless Sect's formation. He didn't know much about formations, so he naturally couldn't repair them to the point where they could block even Saint Kings like before. However, he could repair them to the point where they couldn't be killed or destroyed. Moreover, there were a few killing formations that were still intact. After filling them with resources, they could be reactivated. This was also the Boundless Sect's killing move. The next day, the Five Elements aristocratic families and the Heavenly Killing Alliance sent the lost cultivation methods to the Boundless Sect one after another. At the same time, these two forces also sent a lot of resources. In just a few days, the Boundless Sect had collected a lot of resources. Although these resources were less than 1% of what they had at their peak, for the current Boundless Sect, it was enough for them to use. Moreover, with the cultivation methods, their combat strength would also increase. Zichen took out the resources of the Heaven Realm and the Saint Realm and slowly filled the bodies of the dozens of Boundless Sect's disciples. In terms of their former identities, they had all become Heaven Realm cultivators. After that, he chose the corresponding cultivation methods for these people based on their characteristics. They all entered the Time Castle. He believed that the next time they came out, they would all be powerhouses. The Time Castle's time acceleration was currently 1 to 100. Zichen gave them a month to cultivate in peace. As for the Boundless Sect, during this month, he and the strange beasts he brought with him would take care of it. Compared to the humans, these strange beasts were more reliable. Chapter 2467. An unknown skeleton master of the Wuji sect had returned and destroyed the Hu family. He had killed 3 Heaven Realm masters and a saint, and he had only used 1 strike to do so. This news quickly spread to every region of the Tianwu continent. After that, more and more people began to arrive at the Boundless Sect. In just a few days, dozens of young children were kneeling outside the Boundless Sect. Their clothes were tattered, and their expressions were haggard. Each of them had a tragic background. They were all homeless orphans who wanted to find a place to settle down and become a family. There were also some who bore a deep grudge against the Boundless Sect and wanted to cultivate so that they could go back and take revenge. Zichen stayed in the Boundless Sect and listened to these children talk about their tragic backgrounds every day. He listened to their promises, but he remained unmoved like a cold-blooded person. That was because he couldn't determine whether these people were truly orphans or not. Were they really as tragic as they said? Or perhaps they had met with some family before coming here and had already pledged their loyalty to that family. This was how the world was. He was the undisputed #1 expert, and all the factions feared him. If he wanted to, he could destroy all the factions on the Tianwu continent. However, he couldn't stop those factions from doing these things behind his back. Was this a test for him? Was this a test to see if he could help the Boundless Sect rise again? Or perhaps they knew that the Boundless Sect was currently lacking people, so they wanted to use this method to arrange for more people to come in case they needed them. It didn't matter whether these people were truly tragic or not. It didn't matter whether they were secretly loyal to the other families. Zichen didn't plan on recruiting them. Compared to the Boundless Sect of the past, the current Boundless Sect's numbers were pitifully small. However, to Zichen, these people were enough. He didn't have extravagant hopes that the Boundless Sect would continue to be the #1 faction. After all, that was just an empty title. As long as these people could mature, as long as the Boundless Sect wasn't destroyed, it was fine. Furthermore, if these dozens of people could become people like him, the Demon Ape, and Zhong Haotian, who would dare to underestimate a sect with only a few dozen people? This was also what Zichen had been thinking when he first saw the dozens of people who had chosen to remain in the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect was going to focus on the path of elite soldiers and generals. In a month's time, 10 years had passed in the Time Castle under 100 times acceleration. 10 years later, these people appeared one after another. Having been in seclusion for 10 years, their cultivation levels had naturally skyrocketed. The core old woman, Zhong Chutian, and Xiao Yu had all reached the peak of the mortal core realm. They followed Zichen's instructions and didn't immediately break through to the earth core realm. Instead, they went out to train and comprehend their own laws. If they found suitable seedlings, they could bring them back to the sect. Chen found some weapons that had long since been eliminated from his broken world. These weapons were once extremely famous, but now, the souls within them had fallen into a deep slumber. Although they were still sturdy, their power had been greatly reduced. Chen gave the weapons to Zhongqutian and said that he wanted to go out for a walk. Ignoring everyone's urging to stay, he left just like that. Watching Chen leave, Zhongqutian stood there in a daze. His eyes were not filled with reluctance or regret, but with shock and disbelief. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. "Look at this weapon, doesn't it look like the dragon god's bow and dragon god's arrow?" Zhongqutian held the black dragon-shaped bow and arrow in his hand and said, "Dragon god's bow and dragon god's arrow?" Xiao Yu was startled at first, but then her expression changed greatly. The two of them, who were familiar with the history of the everlasting sect, naturally knew what these two weapons represented. Could it be that Senior was the previous sect master? Xiao Yu was shocked. Zhongqutian said, "Being so familiar with the everlasting sect and knowing our ancestor, I think Senior Skeleton should be sect master Chen." The shocked Xiao Yu, on the other hand, became sentimental. But why did sect master become like this? In the portraits left behind by the everlasting sect, sect master Chen was extremely handsome. No one could give an answer to this question. They could only think that the lightning divine palace was too terrifying. No one came out after they entered, but after sect master Chen came out, he actually became like this. The skeleton left the everlasting sect and began to travel around the Sky Marshal continent. After that, his figure could be seen in many places of the Sky Marshal continent. During this time, there were people who wanted to become his disciple, and there were also powers who wanted to invite him as a guest, but none of them succeeded. The skeleton traveled around the Sky Marshal continent, as if he was looking for something. Sometimes, he would stay in one place for a long time. Later on, some people realized that the skeleton stayed in 4 places for the longest time. And in those 4 places, the saint burial grounds appeared. Some people guessed that the skeleton was using this method to tell the people of the Sky Marshal continent that this was the saint burial grounds. It was a pity that no one noticed it. Everyone only realized it after the holy burial ground reappeared. Zhongqutian and Xiao Yu traveled around the continent, just like Chen and Su Mengyaro did in the past. However, how long it would take for them to comprehend their own laws depended on their comprehension ability. The sect-protecting formation of the everlasting sect was fully activated. The resources here were enough to maintain the formation and the cultivation of these dozens of people. During this time, when these people reached the human origin realm and came out of the time castle, they would leave the everlasting sect to temper themselves and comprehend their own laws. This time was very long. 100 years later, Zhongqutian and Xiao Yu returned from the Earth origin realm and re-entered the time castle. Dozens of years later, the everlasting sect, which had been silent for more than 100 years, finally had a famous expert appear. Zhongqutian and Xiao Yu, this pair of lovers, became the geniuses of their generation. After so many years of development, the number of cultivators in the everlasting sect still did not exceed 100. Furthermore, they never announced that they were recruiting disciples. As time passed, the everlasting sect, which was once known as the number 1 sect, gradually became mysterious in the eyes of the world. This was a mysterious sect. The number of disciples in the sect was very small, but as long as they came out, they were all experts. Furthermore, when they went out to temper themselves, they were all in the human origin realm. For the Sky Marshal continent that was suppressed by the Great Era, this was an amazing realm. Other than that, these powers naturally did not forget the scene of the Hu clan's destruction. Although they did not know when that skeleton disappeared from the continent, or whether he returned to the everlasting sect to continue guarding it, they did not dare to suppress the everlasting sect in any way. Because last time, a skeleton had returned. Perhaps there would be other experts returning next time. The everlasting sect became even more mysterious. This mystery reached its peak when Zhongqutian used the divine dragon bow and the divine dragon arrow to kill his opponent. Everyone knew that these were the weapons Chen had once used. Whether it was on the Sky Marshal continent or the Zhonwu continent, they were extremely famous. However, Shouldn't these weapons have disappeared along with Zichen? Why had they appeared again? When the divine dragon bow reappeared, the legendary holy burial grounds appeared one after another, becoming the treasured training grounds of the entire Life Star. However, only the disciples of the everlasting sect knew that the 4 holy burial grounds were opened to them first. At the same time, among the few disciples of the everlasting sect, only Zhongchu Tian and Xiao Yu knew where the everlasting sect's true foundation was. Zichen traveled through the sky martial continent, going to every place. In the end, he sensed something strange. And that was the holy burial grounds. He sensed the aura of saints, and it was a familiar aura. He knew that they were here, but he did not disturb them. He left. He quietly left this world, left the sky martial continent. He entered the Star Road. Now that the everlasting sect was settled, it was time for him to find a way to restore his physical body. Only the God race had this method. If he wanted to enter the God race, he had to enter the Star Road first. Entering the Star Road again, Zichen was filled with emotions. This place was no longer as bustling as before. The scene of Heaven Realm experts could be seen everywhere. Even though 5,000 years had passed, there were still very few cultivators here. Sometimes, even after entering a few planets, he could not find any traces of cultivators. The buildings of the past were still vivid in his eyes, but they were already empty. Because of the appearance of the lightning divine palace, the exit of the Star Road opened. Almost all the forces and loose cultivators left. Some of them chose to return to their own worlds, while others entered the lightning divine palace, never to return. Because he was far away from the sky martial continent, the suppression of the rules on Zichen was no longer that obvious. Other than the suppression of the soul realm, he could already fly freely in the Star Road. It was just that the suppression of the soul realm still existed, so even those experts who came to the life stars of the Star Road found it hard to break through. Zichen advanced towards the depths of the Star Road. After passing by some forces that he was familiar with, he did not stop. Because some of those forces no longer existed, and some of them no longer had any old friends. He went straight into the depths of the Star Road, and then felt the call of the God's world. That was the call of the Star Road for all experts above the Saint King realm. After entering, there was no chance for them to come out. Zichen was lucky. After entering, he came out. If it was anyone else, they would not be willing to enter again in their lifetime. Because there were too many experts trapped there. But this time, Zichen still wanted to go in. His sealed soul responded to the summons. The void in front of him distorted, and a spatial passage appeared. This was the passage that led to the depths. He did not hesitate and immediately entered that world. Chapter 2468. C_T. When his figure reappeared, the moment his feet touched the ground, Zichen felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. Read the full text. In the face of this pressure, his figure became unstable and he instantly knelt on the ground. Beside him, the 4 people who appeared at the same time as him were also in a similar situation. Their faces were pale, their backs were bent, their legs were on the ground, and their hands were on the ground, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. In addition to this huge pressure, there was another mysterious energy that filled this place. This energy isolated the heaven-defying energy in his body in an instant, blocking his soul perception. It was as if his body had been reinforced with layers of seals. At this moment, under these layers of seals, Zichen became an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. He couldn't fly, couldn't use energy to attack, and couldn't use his soul to perceive other things. What's going on? Such an unforeseen event shocked the 5 people. They looked at each other and saw the same expression on each other's faces. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. If it was just one person in this situation, they wouldn't know what to do. After gradually adapting to the pressure around him, Zichen stood up and straightened his back. When he raised his head, he didn't see Yi Qian, who had arrived first, but he saw something else. There were houses here. The houses stood in an irregular pattern. They looked very old, and some were even very dilapidated. Most of these houses were made of wood, and there were very few of them made of earth. Occasionally, there would be a few tall stone houses. Seeing the scene in front of them, Jiao and Huang Tu were quite surprised. They looked around curiously and were in high spirits. But when Zichen saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Everything in front of him immediately reminded him of what had happened in the Tianwu continent. At that time, there was a small village. The first time, Zichen saved that small village from the hands of assassins. The second time, he and Wang Xian'er were hunted down and fled to that village, where they received help from the simple villagers. The village that gave him a feeling of dilapidation was very similar to the scene he was seeing now. But in that village, the people who lived there were all mortals. And the place Zichen was stepping on was known as the most mysterious place on the star path, a place closely related to the god race. How could such a place look like a village in the mortal world? Jiao and Huang Tu had never left the star path before, so they had never seen mortals before. They were very curious about the structure in front of them. But Zichen knew very well that this was the worst building in the world. The current martial heaven continent had been transformed by him. Everyone was a cultivator. It was almost impossible to find another place like this. That had already become Zichen's memory. Seeing this today made him relive those memories. Could it be an illusion? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and prepared to mobilize the perfect spiritual thoughts in his sea of consciousness to dispel this scene that he should not have seen. However, he soon opened his eyes and revealed a bitter smile. His soul was sealed and he couldn't use his perfect spiritual sense. He was just like a real mortal. Is this a test? Was it a test of one's mental state? As long as I pass this stage, I will be able to return to normal. Zichen guessed in his heart. He didn't believe that all of this was real. The most mysterious place on the star path would have such a scene. People living in the most mysterious place on the star path would live worse than mortals. Be careful. This might be an illusion. Looking at the four curious people, Zichen kindly reminded them. An illusion? But all of this is so real. One of the saints said. Zichen remembered that the other party was called Jiao and Ming Tu. Since this place is known as the most mysterious place, it's not strange that there is such a realistic illusion. Zichen said again. Are you so sure that this is an illusion? Jiao and Huang Tu looked back at Zichen. The other four also turned back. They lived in different environments and had never seen such a strange and peculiar building. Zichen nodded and said, in our world, the residence of mortals is like this. And most of the mortals build stone houses. Places like this are the most dilapidated. In the words of mortals, there is no labor in this kind of family, and life is very difficult. Mortals? What is that? Jiao and Ming Tu asked curiously, as if they had heard a magical species. Humans who have never cultivated any techniques, don't know how to use energy, and don't have soul power. Zichen thought about it and really didn't know how to explain it to them in detail. He could only point at himself and say, just like our current situation. In this way, not only did the four not have the slightest worry, but it even aroused their curiosity. Jiao and Ming Tu sensed their own situation and jumped on the spot twice. They said in surprise, is that so? We can't even fly. There is no energy, so we can't use aircraft. Do we rely on teleportation formations? Mortals can't enter the teleportation formation. The power in the teleportation formation will tear them to pieces. Zichen said helplessly. If you can't use the teleportation formation, then wouldn't it be boring to stay on a planet for the rest of your life? Boring? At this time, the other party actually thought of the word boring. Zichen was speechless and could only explain, the planet we're on is very big, about 100,000 times the size of your Jiao main planet. Heh! The four were very surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect a planet to be so big. Looking at the four's exaggerated expressions, Zichen said helplessly, we're talking about an illusion, right? Now, in our world, there are no mortals anymore. And this is the center of the star field, how can there be a place where mortals live? So, I'm sure this is an illusion. This was the deepest part of the star path, and it was indeed impossible for mortals to live here. The four agreed with Zichen's point of view and nodded. One of the saints asked doubtfully, but what's going on with our situation? Our energy has been sealed. Does that mean we've become mortals like you've said? Are we going to live here next? If we want to break the illusion, we can't let it continue to develop. Now, let's not move. As long as we don't move, it won't trigger the illusion. Let's not move, wait for the person controlling the illusion to move first, and then we'll break the illusion step by step. But how can we break it? Have we already become mortals? We can only wait and see if anything unusual happens. But under normal circumstances, to break the illusion, we need to be stronger than the controller of the illusion. But our strength is almost all sealed, so this method obviously can't be used. So, we can only destroy things that might interfere with us. Zichen's calmness was convincing, and his certainty made people feel at peace. Just like this, the 5 of them stood in place, motionless. As for their eyes, they were looking around to see if anything unusual happened. A moment later, the sound of heavy hammers hitting iron could be heard. Zichen could tell that this was the sound of weapons being forged. It was very loud and powerful. Is this a change? Jiao asked. Zichen didn't speak, and his expression became solemn. The sound lasted for nearly half a quarter of an hour, and then stopped. From a slightly dilapidated room, a bare-chested strong man walked out. He was sweating profusely, and his sweat soaked his pants. After coming out, he walked towards Zichen and the others. After seeing the strong man's appearance, the 4 saints from the Jiao family all changed their expressions and looked at the strong man walking over in disbelief. Do you know him? Taking in the expressions of the 4, Zichen's heart moved, and he asked. The 4 nodded, and Jiao said, he's an elder of the family, and has been here for many years. This is one of the changes. Don't be fooled, Zichen said in a deep voice. The 4 nodded. The strong man came in front of the 4 sweating profusely, ignored Zichen, and looked at Jiao and the others, and said, you guys, who wants to go with me? The 4 looked at each other, and then turned to Zichen for help. Who are you? Zichen stared at the strong man and asked. Go away, I'm not asking you. The strong man glanced at Zichen and said unhappily. Kill him. Zichen said again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Huh. The 4 saints were stunned again. He's fake, it's just an illusion. He's not from your family. Hurry up and do it, or something will happen, Zichen emphasized. Jiao and Huang Tu had known Zichen for a long time, and knew that he never joked, so without saying anything, they mobilized their energy and were about to go forward. But they soon found that they had no energy to mobilize, so they could only clench their fists and hit the other party's face. Although they had no energy, their physical body was strong enough, so this attack was much stronger than a mortal's, and it carried a whistling sound. Seeing Jiao and Huang Tu attack, the strong man looked back at Zichen again. This time, his expression was full of disdain. With a light flick of his sleeve, Jiao and Huang Tu's punch changed direction, and they staggered and flew out. Kill. When the other 3 saw this, they also shouted and rushed forward. Without energy, they could only use the power of their physical bodies. The strong man stood in place and didn't move. He just stretched out his hand and waved it 3 times in front of him, and then the 3 of them flew out. Trash, you're all trash. Ignoring Zichen, who was in a daze, the strong man looked at the 4 people on the ground and said with dissatisfaction, Jiao raised you 4 trash? You can't even distinguish between real and fake things? The 4 stood up, looking vigilant, and didn't know how to answer. Zichen had been staring at the strong man. After seeing him attack, he suddenly remembered what Jiao and Qixing had said before. Ability, physical body, weapon. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but a real test? Just as Zichen was puzzled, the strong man pointed at Jiao and Huang Tu and said, You're the stupidest, an idiot. Come with me. The 3 of you, stay here. After saying that, without waiting for Jiao and Huang Tu to decide, he stepped forward and grabbed Jiao and Huang Tu by the collar, dragging him towards the room he had just walked out of. Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, he clearly saw the other party use a physical body control technique to easily resolve Jiao and Huang Tu's uneasy resistance. Then, he easily grabbed his collar and left. Chapter 2469. C_T, Jiu and Huangtu were taken away just like that, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded people. The 3 of them didn't chase after him because they felt that he was the ancestor of their family. After that, the 3 of them looked back at Zichen with a pleading look in their eyes. Maybe I was wrong. This isn't an illusion. It seems to be a test. Zichen thought seriously and said in a deep voice. Test? What test? Jiu and Ming Tu asked. I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. The things here were indeed beyond his expectations. At this moment, Zichen's mind was recalling the other party's attack just now. Maybe the 3 of them couldn't sense anything and felt that their strength was just sealed, so their combat strength was greatly reduced. But Zichen, who had learned close combat, knew very well that the brawny man just used physical combat techniques, and his use of power was very clever. Even if the 2 sides fought with energy, they would still have no power to resist. What exactly is this place? Zichen's heart was filled with curiosity towards this area. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, they finally saw figures in their line of sight. It was 3 people, 3 old men. The 3 saints from the Jiu family were stunned when they saw the 3 old men, and they looked at each other in disbelief. You know each other? Zichen asked. The 3 nodded, looking very excited. Jiu and Ming Tu said directly, one of them is a direct ancestor of my bloodline. How could this be? Zichen was stunned when he heard this. The 3 people quickly walked over. They were wearing very simple clothes, and one of them was even patched. After coming in front of the 4 people, the 3 people of the Jiu family quickly bowed. Zichen didn't know the situation, and just stood there and watched, not saying a word. The 3 old men didn't look at Zichen, but looked at the 3 people up and down. Their expressions were like looking at cattle waiting to be traded, and the 3 people looked away when their hair stood on end. Just nice, one for each of us. Who's going to pick first? The old man with patched robes who didn't seem to be leading a good life spoke first. Pick whatever you want. Just make sure you don't die, the second old man said. The third person nodded. Then, they casually chose the person closest to them and said, let's go. From the beginning to the end, the 3 old men did not even look at Zichen, completely ignoring him. As the 3 of them left, they kept looking back at Zichen with every step they took. It was obvious that they were still very nervous. What are you looking at? You don't even know if you can live past tomorrow, and you still have the time to care about others? One of the old men said indifferently. Hearing the other party's words, it proved that the other party could see Zichen and had indeed ignored him. Those words also contained an extremely deep meaning. They would not be able to live past tomorrow. Could it be that there was some hidden danger here? Speaking of which, in such a place where one's strength was completely sealed, once he encountered danger, it would definitely be fatal. However, as a newcomer, Zichen had no idea what he should do at this moment. Wait. It seemed like that was the only way. However, the village in front of him was like the same. There were only houses and no people. If he continued to wait here, what could he wait for? Look around. Zichen immediately dispelled this idea. Other than these dilapidated houses, he couldn't see anything else. As for entering those houses, it was obviously even more impossible. It seemed like he could only wait. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The sun was gradually setting, and Zichen felt a chill in his heart for no reason. The 4 people who had left earlier could no longer be seen. Even the house that Zichen could see Jiu and Huangtu walking into no longer emitted the sound of hammering iron. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, and still seeing no one else, Zichen was a little flustered. Just as he was hesitating in his heart about whether to look around, he saw an old man walk in from outside the village. The robe on his body had many patches, and his face was old and full of wrinkles. His back was slightly hunched, and he carried a pickaxe on his back. He was dragging his tired body step by step, walking into the distance. The other party didn't notice Zichen and walked in another direction. The feeling he gave Zichen was that this was a lonely old man with no children from a poor family, living a very poor and hard life. Although he kept reminding himself that this was the depths of the star path, and it was impossible for such a situation to occur. However, everything in front of him was so real. Those tired eyes, that hunched back, the wrinkles on his face, they were all so clearly visible. After walking into the village and another 100 meters, the old man seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look this way. He saw Zi Chen, and Zi Chen was sizing up the first person who had appeared after a long time. The two looked at each other, and Zi Chen saw a pair of turbid and tired eyes. The other party was like a real mortal old man, without the slightest trace of an expert. Hey! The other party saw Zi Chen and sized him up a few times. He let out a cry of surprise and then walked over. The other party held the pickaxe with one hand and put the other hand on his waist, where a gourd was tied with a rope. It was unknown whether the gourd was wine or water. The other party opened the stopper and raised the gourd with his calloused hand. He took a sip and then smacked his lips in satisfaction. Looking at the other party's expression, Zi Chen guessed that it should be wine. At the same time, he guessed that this was an old man who knew how to enjoy hardship. He didn't speak and quietly looked at the other party. The other party was very unfamiliar, and he had never seen him before. His soul was suppressed, and he couldn't perceive the other party's aura. The old man came in front of Zi Chen and sized him up. Then, he looked at the sky and said, "What a pitiful little guy. Are you willing to follow me?" Zi Chen didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. It seemed that this was his only choice. According to the words of the old man from the Jiatu family, there seemed to be some kind of danger here. This kind of danger couldn't be encountered during the day, so perhaps it would appear at night. "Let's go." The old man turned around and walked towards the distance with his tired body. Zi Chen walked behind him. Looking at the old man's appearance, he couldn't help but say, "Old mister, do you want me to help you carry this thing?" "No need. It's going to be dark soon. We have to speed up," the old man said without turning his head, but his speed wasn't very fast. This made Zi Chen even more puzzled. During this time, Zi Chen passed by a house and found that the doors were all closed. Occasionally, he could hear sounds coming from those houses. It could be seen that there were people inside. The old man's residence was relatively at the back. It was a wooden house, and it was very dilapidated. Looking at the old man's clothes, Zi Chen could also guess that the other party's life wasn't very satisfactory. It was normal for him to have this kind of residence that could only block the wind and not the rain. After entering the room, the old man put down the pickaxe against the wall. Zi Chen followed him in. Not surprisingly, he didn't see any decent furniture. "It's dark. Hurry up and close the door," the old man said again. This was the second sentence he said to Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded his head and was about to close the door behind him. However, when his hand landed on the door, the expression on his face changed. It was as if the door in front of him wasn't a wooden one, but an iron one. It was incomparably heavy. However, even if it was an iron door, Zi Chen, who had a saint-level physical body, should be able to easily move it. Even if it was a mountain, Zi Chen could still move it. However, no matter how hard he tried, the wooden door didn't move at all. How can this be? Zi Chen could feel that his energy was sealed. However, his saint-level physical body was still there. The strength he used was tens of thousands of times stronger than a mortal's. Yet, he still couldn't move the wooden door at all. It wasn't until he exerted force with both hands that the wooden door trembled slightly. Then, it moved slowly. Every time it moved, Zi Chen had to expend a lot of energy. At this moment, the old man was standing behind Zi Chen. As he watched Zi Chen close the door with all his might, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his muddy and tired eyes. After the door was closed, Zi Chen was so tired that he almost collapsed. He leaned against the wooden door and slowly sat down. He was constantly panting and sweating profusely. Just closing a door was more tiring than fighting a sage ruler. The room was pitch black. Only the sound of Zi Chen's rapid breathing could be heard. After that, an oil lamp emitted a dim light. At least there was some light in the room, but the light was too weak. Zi Chen's hand flashed and he took out a luminous pearl. The pearl emitted a bright light and illuminated the entire room. It had to be said that a luminous pearl in such a dilapidated room was out of place. The old man glanced at the luminous pearl and didn't say anything. "Old man, what's going on?" Chen asked curiously as he placed the luminous pearl on the wooden table. I'll go cook first. I'm tired from the day. Eat first. After the old man finished speaking, he walked into a side room. That seemed to be the kitchen. Old man, I have some food here. There's no need to cook. As he spoke, Chen took out some good food. These were all from the interspatial ring. However, he quickly noticed a problem. His soul perception had been blocked. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to take anything out. However, he was able to take it out. Moreover, it was very easy. However, when Chen tried to put the things back, he realized that he couldn't put them back. In other words, after the things arrived in this world, they couldn't go back. If they couldn't go back, so be it. Chen didn't feel bad. It was just some food and a luminous pearl. It wasn't a big deal to leave them here. Moreover, the old man had taken him in. If you want to eat it yourself. The old man walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of something that looked like porridge. Moreover, it was slightly black. At first glance, it didn't look appetizing at all. Chen politely declined. He took out the food from before and gave it to the old man. However, the old man rejected it. After that, Chen ate his own food. All kinds of lights shone, and all kinds of spirit energy fluctuations. It was simply a delicacy. As for the old man, he finished the 2 bowls of black porridge. Then, he drank a mouthful of wine from the gourd. He seemed to be very satisfied. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he didn't care about Chen's mess. He threw a tattered set of clothes to Chen and said, I'm sleepy today. If you want to know anything, I'll tell you tomorrow. This place is small. You can sleep on the floor. After that, the old man went back to his room to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Chen wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for decades or centuries. However, he suddenly felt very sleepy. He took out a comfortable blanket from his spirit ring and slept on the floor. That night, he faintly heard the wind. The next day, when Chen woke up, he was stunned. Chapter 2470. C_T. Before he fell asleep, Chen had a very new bedding on and under him, but when he woke up, he found that there was nothing on him, only a light sand-like dust fell on his body. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text with no advertisements. His whole body was completely naked, and even the clothes on his body were gone. He hurriedly took out new clothes from the space ring and put them on. When he got up, he saw that the luminous pearl on the table beside him yesterday was gone, and there was more dust. Next to the luminous pearl, the tableware and food that Chen didn't clean up yesterday had all turned into dust. Chen could feel the passage of time from the sand and dust. It was as if millions of years had passed in this place. Obviously, all of this was not done by the old man, but by the environment here. He looked not far away, and the tattered clothes that were sewn with many patches and didn't fit very well were still there. He was deep in thought. After that, he felt hungry, a kind of hunger that made his stomach rumble. He clearly ate something last night. Moreover, he usually didn't need to eat. You're awake. Just as Chen was puzzled, an old voice came from behind him. The old man walked out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of dark porridge just like the one he had last night. Putting the porridge on the table, the old man said, You must be hungry. Drink this first, and then you can ask. This time, Chen didn't refuse. He nodded, sat down, and began to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls. This porridge didn't seem to have any nutrition, and the taste wasn't very good, but it was filling. After a few mouthfuls, Chen's previous hunger disappeared. After finishing the porridge in the bowl in one breath, Chen put down the bowl, thanked the old man, and asked, May I ask where this place is? You came here by yourself, and you still don't know where this place is? The old man looked at Chen and said calmly, This is the deepest part of the star path, the most mysterious place on the star path. Chen was shocked. A powerful cultivator turned into a mortal. Is the mystery of this area not enough? Isn't this a test? As long as we complete the test, won't our energy be restored? Chen asked with wide eyes. That's true. If this place is really a test, then this old man has been here for a long time. It seems that I have no hope of completing the test in my lifetime. The old man shook his head and sighed. Advertisement: since I can't complete the test, can't I leave? Those who enter cannot leave. They will never be able to leave. The old man obviously didn't want to continue this topic. He said directly, this is a new space, and it has its own order. Most of the things in the outside world cannot withstand the erosion of time. Just like what you saw in the morning, they will turn into sand and disappear under time. This world only recognizes what it recognizes. What kind of world is this? Zichen asked again. Obviously, this question was the one that really hit the nail on the head. The old man said, it is said that this is a world created by the strongest Protoss. It has its own order and rules. Is the strongest of the Shun clan a heavenly god? Zichen was shocked. The old man shook his head. If it's not a heavenly god, could it be an existence stronger than a heavenly god? That's just a rumor. This old man doesn't know. The old man shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Sir, have you always been here? Then do you know where to find a holy weapon? I came here mainly for the holy weapon, Zichen said. The old man looked at Zichen with a strange gaze. No matter what your purpose is, the first thing you need to do is to survive and be self-reliant. Zichen was puzzled. First, you need to rely on your own labor to obtain food to survive. Right now, you are no different from a mortal. You need to eat every day. Food is the most basic thing. If you don't get food to replenish your strength, you will starve to death. After that, you can build your own residence. This place is not safe at night. No one dares to spend the night outside. Once you have food and a place to stay, you can think about the holy weapon. Even if you meet the requirements and obtain the holy weapon, you can't leave. Why? That's because none of the people who have come here have walked out alive. Not even one. The old man waved his hand. Even if I tell you this now, you won't understand. Wait until you are familiar with this place. You will know more about this place. I can provide you with a place to stay for the time being. But you have to earn your own food. This old man doesn't keep idle people. Sir, you said I'm immortal. Are you from the Lifestar? Zichen was startled, asking. The old man looked at Zichen one more time, his face odd. If I'm not from the Lifestar, why would I care about you? In this place, people are working hard to survive. They don't have time to care about other people. The old man came from the Lifestar. This surprised and delighted Zichen. According to Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, this old man in front of him was at least a Holy King realm expert. He immediately bowed respectfully. I'm Zichen. Greetings, Precursor. May I know which planet you're from? Please tell me your name. I've forgotten my name. I only remember that my family name is John Wu. Don't mention what happened in the past. The old man waved his hand. So, you're from the John Wu family? When I was in the John Wu continent, I met a friend from the John Wu family, Zichen said with surprise. Alright, we don't have much time. Today, I'll take you to familiarize with this place. The old man stooped to pick up the pickaxe by the wall, carrying it on his back. He turned around and walked to the door. It seemed like he wasn't interested in Zichen's words. Gently pulling the door, the wooden door that Zichen had tried his best to close the day before opened. Zichen followed him, asking curiously, Precursor, what should we do next? After knowing that the old man came from the Lifestar, Zichen looked at the old man more warmly. First, we'll go to the mine. See if we can get some high-quality black iron. While walking out of the village, Zichen met some other people. However, they didn't greet each other as if they were strangers. Some of them were holding pickaxes while the others were holding sickles. They looked hurried. Several miles away from the village, there were some mountains that weren't very high. The two of them went up one after the other. Watch your step when you walk. Be careful of the insects. The insects here are very poisonous. Once you're bitten, you won't be able to keep your life if you don't treat it in time. It's windy at night. In the wind, there are some ants and mosquitoes that can fly. They're very dangerous. Usually, you'll die if you encounter them. Don't underestimate these insects. They're not ordinary insects. Before their names, there's a god. Divine ants, divine mosquitoes, and so on. They have magical powers. You're new here, so you haven't adapted to the environment yet. If you touch them, you'll definitely die because I don't have the antidote. Listening to the old man, Zichen looked around cautiously. At the same time, he was a little scared. If it's so dangerous, why don't you make some preparations? Healing medicine is too expensive. I can't afford it. Moreover, I'll be very careful. I won't let them come close, said the old man leading the way. What if you're bitten? Asked Zichen cautiously. If that happens, I'll have 15 minutes to seek help. After 15 minutes, if the antidote isn't detoxified, then there's no need for it. Ah! When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. They had already walked out of the village for more than a quarter of an hour. If what the old man said was true, then wouldn't it mean that if they were bitten, they would die? Even he would die. 3 meters to your left, there's a green snake. If it sneaks up on you, it'll take your life immediately, said the old man without turning his head. Zichen turned his head. Sure enough, under a green leaf, he found a very secretive green snake. Its eyes were fixed on him. The snake's body was curled up, and its head was slightly raised. It seemed like it could attack at any time. In the outside world, Zichen could kill such a small thing with a thought. But in this world, it could take his life. It had to be said that this world was very mysterious. After walking for a few miles, Zichen saw a mine. From time to time, there would be a clanging sound. It should be someone mining. The old man took the lead and walked in. The entrance of the mine was very small, but the space inside was very large. There was a large open space inside, and there were many stones on the ground. During this time, there were also some small mines. The clanging sound came from these small mines. Be careful. In this mine, there's a kind of black snake. It likes to hide in the stones and sneak attack. He led Zichen to a small mine. This mine was blocked by 3 large stones. The old man pointed at the mine and said, "This is the mine we need to mine next. Move these stones away." Zichen nodded and bent down to pick up the large stone. After exerting force, Zichen found that the large stone didn't move. In the outside world, with Zichen's current strength, there was no problem for him to pick up a mountain. But now, he couldn't even pick up a stone. It was because this stone was too heavy. Just one stone was heavier than a mountain. Hurry up. If we don't get anything today, we'll have to starve. The old man urged. Ha! Zichen shouted. The veins on his arms bulged. He picked up the stone with difficulty and threw it to the side. Zichen, who was sweating profusely, followed the old man into the slightly damp mine after throwing out the 3 stones. After about 100 meters, they reached the end of the mine. The old man began to work with a pickaxe. Zichen, on the other hand, was in charge of transporting the useless rocks out of the mine and throwing them outside. It had to be said that these stones were very heavy. Zichen's strength was quickly consumed. At the same time, Zichen found that his physical strength was also increasing. This speed was much faster than in the outside world. Could it be that this was the special part of being able to increase his physical strength so quickly? Clang. At this moment, a clear sound accompanied by the old man's laughter sounded. Zichen took a few steps forward and looked forward. Chapter 2471. C_T. In the old man's hand was a palm-sized stone that was emitting a dark light. Dollar cotton, flower candy small say, compared to those heavy waste stones, this stone in front of him was obviously a treasure. It should be the black iron that the old man was talking about. The old man smiled proudly. Today's luck is good. This stone is enough for us to improve our food. As he spoke, the old man threw the stone to Zichen, indicating for him to hold it. Then, Zichen let out a strange cry as he was pressed to the ground by this palm-sized stone. He tragically found that he couldn't lift this palm-sized black iron ore. When he first came here, Zichen was very curious about everything. Every day, he followed the old man to mine and did some hard work. His strength was constantly increasing. It was much faster than in the outside world. It was even faster than using the rainbow sacred tree. When he came in, Zichen already had a saint-level physical body, but he found that the old man's physical body was much stronger than his. Not only the old man, but all the miners here had stronger physical bodies than him. Then, it was obvious that these people who seemed to be at the bottom all had saint-level physical bodies. Although their realms were unknown, in the outside world, the weakest would be a saint king with a saint-level physical body. They could completely crush Zichen. 7 days later, the old man used the harvest of these days to exchange for a pickaxe for Zichen. The pickaxe was exchanged from the blacksmith. The blacksmith was the brawny man who took Jiao Tu Huangtu away. He saw Jiao Tu Huangtu during this period. The latter was not much stronger than him. He was a miner, but he was a handyman for the blacksmith. The moment he had the pickaxe, Zichen began his real mining career and became a real miner. He held the heavy pickaxe and confidently swung it down. With a sonorous sound, sparks flew everywhere. The pickaxe bounced back from the hard stone and almost knocked Zichen unconscious. After a day, he could not knock down more than a few stones, but Zichen was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. If it wasn't for the old man looking after him, Zichen would have starved to death. He was a powerful cultivator, but here, he was like a real mortal. This situation continued for half a month before Zichen finally got used to the weight of the pickaxe and the strength of its swings. Finally, the first piece of black iron ore was mined. At the same time, he was able to pick up this piece of ore. Compared to before, he had improved a lot. Of course, 1 black iron ore was the limit. If there was another piece, Zichen wouldn't be able to carry it. After that, Zichen began to rest, waiting for the old man to pick a piece of ore before leaving. Relatively speaking, the harvest from mining was not small. It was enough for them to eat and wear. After being here for half a month, Zichen was already very familiar with the old man. As long as the old man picked up a stone, he would call it a day. Then, the food he exchanged for would be mostly exchanged for wine. Quick update: the website's pages are refreshing, and there are few advertisements. I like this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. Sometimes, when the family had accumulated a lot of food, he would not even go up the mountain to mine for reeds. In Zichen's words, he was completely lazy. It had nothing to do with being diligent. In the following time, Zichen quickly familiarized himself with this environment. Moreover, he had a small harvest, slowly accumulating some ores. He had asked the old man about the layout of this place. Other than this village, there were a few other villages nearby. 200 miles away, there was a small town. That was the farthest place the old man had been. There was obviously no holy weapon in the village. If he wanted to get one, he would have to go to the small town. The old man had told Zichen that the chances of having a holy weapon in the small town were very small. Unless he went to the city even further away. That was the only city in this world. It was said that it was very big, and there were powerful people living there. There were even gods. Of course, this was all hearsay from the old man. He did not know where the city was, nor did he have the strength to go there. Going to the small town was already his limit. If Zichen really wanted to get a holy weapon, he would have to go to the small town first. Then, he would have to find a way to enter the city. Zichen had been working hard. If he did not, he would be like these people, staying here for the rest of his life as a miner. 2 months passed quickly. Zichen had adapted to the cruel environment here. He was always careful not to let any insects get close to him. Moreover, Zichen gradually found that as his strength increased, his soul, which had been blocked, seemed to have some weak senses. After he told this to the old man immediately sneered, "If you want to use energy, you have to be a god." Zichen was not discouraged by this. He could already see that the old man was just idling around and did not have any hope for the future. However, he was shouldering a mission. He had to find a way to get a holy weapon and go back. The old man said that no one could go back. This was obviously wrong. This was because Gato Chitar had gotten out alive with a holy weapon. Another day, the two left the village again. Carrying pickaxes, they went up the mountain to continue mining. During this time, Chen had a small harvest. He left all of it in the old man's house and did not go to the blacksmith to exchange for it. The old man said that if he really wanted to go to the town, he should go there to exchange for it. The price would be higher. When they were halfway up the mountain, the old man suddenly stopped and looked ahead. On the mountain, there was an old man and a young man going down the mountain. The two sides just happened to meet. Compared to the old man and young man above, Chen's team was really in a sorry state. At a glance, it was like a landlord and a slave. Compared to the patched robes of the two, the clothes of the two opposite could be said to be luxurious. In this place, one had to eat and wear before one could pay attention to what one was wearing. There was no doubt that the two of them had a good life here. Old man, you're not dead yet. Last time in the mine, the mountain collapsed. How come you didn't die? The old man in luxurious robes looked at the old man in front of Chen and said coldly, "This old man is lucky. I won't die. You should be more careful. This place is full of poisonous insects. Be careful not to lose your life before you can pick the medicine," the old man replied in a neutral tone. It was obvious that the two of them had a grudge. However, what surprised Chen was the old man's identity. The old man had told Chen that there were many medicinal herbs on the mountain that could be exchanged for food. However, because there were too many poisonous insects, no one dared to pick them unless they were alchemists. However, the old man in front of him dared to pick the herbs. It was obvious that he was an alchemist. Just like the outside world, alchemists were also a rare species here. Their status was very noble. The young man was wearing luxurious robes and had a medicine basket on his back. There were a few medicinal herbs in it. When Chen was looking at the other party, the young man was also staring at Chen. Although they were both mortals and Chen could not sense the other party's realm, Chen could see the killing intent in the other party's cold eyes. He had never seen the other party before, but the other party had killing intent towards him. It was obvious that this was not because of the grudge between the two old men. "You're from the Huati family?" Chen looked at the young man and asked indifferently. The young man's eyes became even colder. He looked at Chen and said coldly, "Huati Tommy." A cold smile appeared on the corners of Chen's mouth as he said, as expected. Since the other party wanted to kill him, there was naturally a grudge between them. In this world, Chen had not offended anyone. It was obvious that this enemy was from the outside world. There were only 15 people from the outside world who came here. He knew all the people from the Jiatu family. The one in front of him was either from the Huati family or the Doff family. Because of Doff Hill's inner demon and his conceit, he would not tell anyone about his grudge with him. This left only the Huati family. One had to know that there were many saints watching from the outside, so it was normal that they knew him. "You know him?" The old man looked at Huati Tommy. "He's the one who told the great ancestor last time." Huati Tommy pointed at Chen and said coldly, "You dare to behave atrociously in the Huati family? You're courting death." He was sure that the other party was one of the 5 who came this time, a genius with a saint-level body. Chen looked at him and said coldly, "What, you want to fight? Do you know where this is?" "Of course I know." The murderous intent in Huati Tommy's eyes showed his true thoughts. The old man was also happy to see this. He took a step back and took out 2 swords, one long and one short, that emitted a dim light from the side of the medicine basket. It could be seen that they were made from black iron, and their quality was much higher than the pickaxe. To the people in the village, they were truly high-grade goods, and the cost of making them was not cheap. Seeing Huati Tommy take the short sword, Chen subconsciously took 3 steps back and looked at the other party with vigilance. The old man in front of him held the pickaxe in his hand and said to the old man, "Since you're looking for a fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Little guy, be careful. Don't let the sword touch the pickaxe, or you'll have to work for a week for nothing." Chen didn't say anything. He retreated again, and his expression became more nervous. "What, are you afraid?" Huati Tommy sneered and then moved forward with the short sword. However, he was very afraid of the old man, so he deliberately kept a distance from the old man and walked towards Chen from the other side. "Be careful," the old man reminded Huati Tommy. "Don't worry, great ancestor. Killing him is as easy as pie. Huati Tommy smiled confidently. Zichen was still retreating, and his expression became more and more nervous. He seemed to be very afraid of the old man, and even the pickaxe in his hand was trembling. He had already retreated from the mountain path to a bush. If he retreated any further, he would completely enter the bush. For people here, there were many insects in the bush, and it was a very dangerous place. Huati Tommy stepped forward step by step, and the black sword in his hand flashed coldly. He looked at Zichen and sneered, "What, now you're afraid? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Zichen didn't say a word, and the cold sweat on his forehead dripped down. The distance between him and Huati Tommy was getting closer and closer. When he was 3 meters away from Zichen, a cold light flashed in Huati Tommy's eyes. He held the black sword and stabbed at Zichen. This sword didn't have any skill, but it relied on the quality and sharpness. If the pickaxe dared to block, it would split in two in an instant, and then the guy in front of him would be split in two. Zichen didn't block it, and he didn't dare to block it. This was a weapon made of pure black iron, and it was very sharp. With his forehead full of cold sweat, he shouted and stepped on the ground. His body jumped up as high as a person, and his body flew into the air. "It's useless, you," Huati Tommy sneered and rushed forward. A green snake rushed out of the bush and opened its mouth to show its poisonous fangs. Chapter 2472. C_T, a green snake, hidden in the weeds, was getting closer and closer to the retreating Zichen. In the end, the two sides were only 2 meters apart. It was already within the attack range of the green snake. Zichen stood in place, not daring to move. The cold sweat on his forehead was not because he was afraid of Hort, but because he was worried that the green snake behind him would suddenly attack. Fortunately, the green snake seemed to be too cautious and did not immediately attack. Hort stabbed with his sword. Zichen stepped on the ground and the ground shook. The moment he rose into the air, the frightened green snake launched an attack. This attack went straight for him. But he left, and Hort came with his sword. Seeing the green snake in front of him, his face changed dramatically. After living here for more than 2 months, he naturally knew the horror of the green snake. His heart was frightened, but he was not afraid, nor did he panic. The sword in his hand fell, and the rushing green snake was cut in half. Looking at the green snake that was easily cut in half, a sneer appeared on Hort's changed face again. He was very satisfied with the sharpness of the dagger. Zichen, who was retreating, was also sneering. The other party really had no common sense. Without the soul to destroy the green snake's soul, it was impossible to kill a green snake. Sure enough, the second half of the green snake fell to the ground, struggling and twisting, while the first half continued to move forward and bit Hort's wrist. "Ah!" Hort screamed in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell out. Zichen, who was retreating, kicked a tree that was not very thick. In the outside world, Zichen's foot would instantly collapse this tree. However, in this world, this tree had an unimaginable defense. After his foot landed, a powerful rebounding force was emitted. Borrowing this force, Zichen's figure charged forward once again. Then, he flew high into the air and kicked Huati Tangmi's face. Bang! After being kicked in the cheek, Huati Tangmi's body flew out diagonally. His face was already black, showing signs of being poisoned. Zichen landed on the ground and rolled on the ground, once again returning to the mountain path, far away from the snakehead. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Just at this moment, a cold shout rang out. It was the old man who was confronting the old man. He was rushing over. The long sword in his hand flashed. The old man didn't dare to take it head-on and dodged. When he turned around and saw that the battle had already ended, his face was filled with astonishment. Clearly, he did not expect the battle to end in such a way. The old man didn't rush towards Zichen, but instead rushed towards Hort Tangmi. When he arrived in front of the other party, he saw that the other party was already poisoned and was breathing heavily. He immediately bent down and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out a dark and swarthy medicinal pill and stuffed it into the other party's mouth. This pill's appearance was very ugly, but its medicinal effect was surprisingly good. Just as it entered his stomach, Huti Tang Mi's stomach rolled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. After coughing out the blood, some of the poison on Huti Tang Mi's face was removed, but it was not completely removed. His life was still in danger. Without saying a word, the old man picked up Huti Tang Mi and rushed forward at the same time. After quickly kicking away half of the snake head, the short sword flew into his hand. He didn't even care about the bamboo basket containing the herbs and rushed down the mountain directly. Zichen, just you wait. I, Huti Tang Mi, will definitely repay today's hatred tenfold. When the old man rushed down the mountain, Huti Tang Mi's weak voice also sounded. I'll wait for you. You'd better call your other 4 companions and I'll kill them all. Rushing towards the figure fleeing down the mountain, Zichen laughed and said, Your herbs are good. I'll keep them if I can sell them for a good price. The bamboo basket is also good. Thanks. Hearing this, Huti Tang Mi coughed out blood again. Brat, your luck is a little too good. The old man picked up the pickaxe again and went forward to pick up the bamboo basket. He looked at the herbs inside and said, Senior, this is not luck, this is perception. Zichen said seriously. The old man curled his lips. He didn't believe that Zichen could perceive anything here. He asked casually, Do you have a grudge with that guy just now? I don't have a grudge with him. I do have a grudge with the Huti family. Oh, tell me about it. The old man sat down next to the bamboo basket and took a sip from the wine gourd at his waist. Aren't we going to mine? Zichen asked doubtfully. The old man pointed at the herbs in the bamboo basket with satisfaction and said, These are good things. It's enough for us to enjoy a few days of leisure. Knowing the old man's temperament, Zichen also sat down at the side. His eyes were fixed on the snake's head and tail that were constantly struggling as he said, Back then, when we were in the Star Passage, we had taken control of a star region. In the end, someone who claimed to be from the Hort clan came. That was when our grudge was formed. Then, Zichen talked about what happened in the Star Path. He talked about how they entered the Huti family's center and robbed hundreds of planets. In the end, he talked about how the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others intimidated those people and made them return in embarrassment. The old man, who was interested before, listened quietly. His originally indifferent expression was disappearing little by little. Of course, he was familiar with the people Zichen mentioned. Although he didn't fight side by side with them, those people's names were like thunder in his ears. Those people were all great sages. They were the top group of people on the Life Stars. Amazing, you know some big shots. What about you? What's your background? The old man pretended to be indifferent. To be able to know those people, Zichen's background was obviously not ordinary. I don't have any background. If you want to talk about identity, I'm a heaven-defying person, Zichen said. The old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Heaven-defying person? You're a heaven-defying person? Zichen nodded and said, Unfortunately, all energy is suppressed here. Otherwise, I could use heaven-defying energy to prove it. Since you're a heaven-defying person, why did the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others let you come here? Even if they don't know the situation here, they should have heard that this area is one that can't be left. This is the promise I made to the Jiatu family. They helped me build a teleportation formation to fight against the foreign races. I helped them come here and take a saint weapon out. Did you come with them? In that case, you're only a saint. The old man's expression changed again. Yes, senior, don't you know? No, my ass. There's no perception here. How can I know your realm? Saint, you're actually a saint. Since you came in with others, it's possible for you to get out. The old man's expression became much more serious. He looked at Zichen and said seriously, Kid, since it's like this, then you can't waste too much time here. You have to make the best use of your time to go to town. When you get there, think of a way to go to that city and try your luck there. Only then can you leave. As he spoke, the old man stood up and said, Let's go and continue mining. Didn't we stop mining today? At first, I thought you were the same as me and would never have a chance to get out. But you're different. The way you came in is different from mine. There's a high chance you can get out. Now, You have to hurry up and bring some black iron so that you can find a way to survive in town." After saying that, the old man picked up the bamboo basket and went up the mountain. "Leave that for me. I'll carry it," Zichen shouted. Then, he stepped forward and touched the snake's head, which had been motionless for a long time, with a pickaxe. When he found that the snake had no reaction, he carefully picked it up and threw it into the bamboo basket with the snake's tail. The old man, who was about to go up the mountain, looked back and said, "It's highly poisonous. If you're not afraid of death, you can stew it and eat it." He thought that Zichen wanted to stew it. Zichen didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "I need it for something important." On the same day, Zichen returned to his residence. After the old man fell asleep, he put the snake's head and body on the ground in front of him. With a flash of light, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. He had asked the old man about weapons. Although most of the things in the outside world couldn't leave the slightest trace in this world and would turn into dust the next day, some strange things were an exception. For example, the rules here couldn't erase saint-level things. He took out the long saber. Without any energy, he couldn't use the saber drawing technique. Fortunately, he could still pull it out. So, he pulled out the hilt bit by bit. The broken saber appeared. It was dark, like black iron. In this world, this powerful sacred weapon, called saber, seemed ordinary. Senior Saber Spirit naturally didn't have any reaction. Just as Zichen held the broken saber and looked at it carefully, the broken saber suddenly lit up. Then, a ball of light appeared on the broken saber and went toward Zichen's sea of consciousness. The ball of light easily entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. His soul perception was blocked, and Zichen focused all his attention on his mind. His mind started to shine. The ball of light dispersed, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. 9 Extreme Saber Art. The moment this voice sounded, a memory appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness. It was a saber art. Only by using the saber could the saber technique be perfectly displayed in the world. Zichen closed his eyes and carefully read these memories. The appearance of this saber art surprised Zichen. That night, Zichen didn't sleep. However, his mental state was very good, just like when he was in the outside world. When the sky was about to brighten, he opened his eyes and looked at the broken saber in his hand. Then, he looked at the snake head in front of him. After this day, Zichen had a strip-shaped object wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. Even the old man didn't know what it was. He carried it on his back all day and went to the mine to dig. After knowing Zichen's identity, the old man became very diligent. He brought back his harvest every day and didn't change his drink during this time. In his words, he was accumulating wealth for Zichen to enter the town. The old man became energetic. He placed all his hopes on Zichen. On a new day, Zichen dug out 2 pieces of black iron in the mine, which was more than 100 meters deep. The harvest was not small. After Zichen rested, the old man took the pickaxe and went forward. As the pickaxe went down, a sonorous sound was heard. Clang. The entire mine shone brightly. Chapter 2473. C_T. The entire cave was filled with black light. The light was pure black, but it was extremely bright. This was pure black and bright. A pile of rocks fell, and at the place where the rocks fell, a palm-sized rock appeared. The pure black light came from this rock. With just one look, Zichen knew that this was an extremely valuable item. Its quality was much higher than the black iron from before. Just as Zichen was about to step forward to observe with a face full of joy, he heard the old man's solemn voice. "Go and block the entrance." His voice was low, and his expression was very serious. Zichen, who had experienced many things in his life, knew very well what this expression meant. While he was wondering if there was such a thing as killing and stealing treasures in this world, he did not hesitate to dash towards the entrance of the cave. He had to block the entrance in the shortest amount of time possible. The clanging sound that was often heard when he was flying at top speed suddenly stopped. The huge mine suddenly became deathly silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Zichen knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that the black light had reached the outside world. No matter how fast he was, He could not be faster than the real light. He slowed down as he reached the entrance of the cave. He saw a brawny man carrying a pickaxe standing at the entrance of the cave. A pair of slightly burning eyes were staring at the cave. Zichen had seen this brawny man before. He was from the same village as him, and he lived in a stone house. It was obvious that he lived a good life. His upper body was bare, and the bulging muscles on his body made him look strong and powerful. Beside him, Zichen could also see two old men. Their eyes were originally filled with the vicissitudes of life, but now it was different. Their eyes were shining brightly. Zichen, who had slowed down, stopped when he was 5 meters away from the entrance of the cave. He looked ahead vigilantly. He believed that there must be other miners beside these three, in places where he could not see. Under the black light, Zichen, who was wearing a patched robe, looked a little distorted. "Little doll, did you find anything good in here?" To people like them who had lived here for a long time, Zichen, who had only been here for a little over 2 months, was indeed a little child, not worth mentioning at all. Zichen stared at him in silence. "Hehe, did you discover the sacred black crystal?" the muscular man asked again. His eyes flashed with greed. Zichen still didn't respond. The black light behind him grew stronger and stronger. "Dollar cotton, flower candy talk, are you mute? Do you believe I won't tear you apart?" The burly man's face sank when he saw Zichen remain silent. His greedy eyes revealed a wisp of icy cold killing intent. As he spoke, the burly man took a step forward. Although there was no suppression of his aura, Zichen felt a sense of pressure. Just like a child meeting a gloomy adult, it was inevitable that he would feel fear. "Wu Lu, don't bully a child. If you have the guts, come at me." An old but cold voice rang out from behind Zichen. The old man walked out with a bamboo basket on his back, 2 pickaxes in his right hand, and a crystal larger than an adult's palm in his left hand. When the burly man named Wu Lu's gaze fell on the crystal, he couldn't look away. Immediately after, a few more heads appeared in Zichen's line of sight. When they saw the crystal in the old man's hand, their faces revealed excitement, and their eyes flashed with greed. The old man calmly walked in front of Zichen and handed the smaller pickaxes to Zichen. "Little fellow, remember, no matter what, you can't throw away this thing in your hand. This is the foundation of our survival." Zichen nodded and solemnly took the pickaxes. His heart, which wasn't very nervous, calmed down even more. Amidst this calmness, there was even a little bit of excitement. This excitement came from the depths of his heart about the impending battle. The old man took a step forward. His short stature completely blocked Zichen's path. With his back to Zichen, he looked at those people and said, "Don't make things difficult for a child. Old man, let's cut the crap. According to the rules, everyone who sees it gets a share." The burly man held the pickaxes in his hand and pointed at the old man. "That's right, old man. Everyone who sees it gets a share." An old man next to him said, "It's rare for you to have such a big harvest these past few years. It's only right that you give us a share," another person said. Looking at the 3 people who had spoken, the old man shook his head. "Everyone who sees it gets a share. When was this a rule? Wu Lu, if I remember correctly, you dug up a piece of sacred black crystal and used it to exchange for a stone house. Did you give us a share? And the 2 of you, Parry, Dela, since you came here, you have also dug up sacred black crystals, right? However, I don't think you've shared them with everyone, right? That's different. The sacred black crystal I dug up last time was only as thick as a finger. It wasn't enough to share." As Wu Lu spoke, the 2 people next to him nodded. The old man named Dela said, "Old man, everyone has been mining here all these years and nothing has happened. If you had only obtained a little bit of sacred black crystal, we wouldn't have said anything. However, the sacred black crystal you obtained today is too big. The value of such a big piece is immeasurable. Aren't you ashamed to take it all for yourself? Everyone has been mining together all these years. You all know what kind of person I am. I don't care about these things. Normally, I wouldn't mind. However, this is definitely out of the question today. This belongs to this little fellow and can only belong to him. He has to leave this place." The old man said. "What? Give it to him. Old man, are you crazy? Wu Lu was stunned and looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. He's still young. His future achievements are limitless. He can't be like us and stay here forever, the old man said seriously. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so great. No wonder you've been here for so many years and haven't improved. There aren't many people left at the same time as you, right? Wu Lu's face revealed a trace of ridicule. Since you're so great, why don't you take care of me? Speaking of which, you should be very clear about my potential. I'm much stronger than this little child. If you give the sacred black crystal to him, he'll only die faster. If you give it to me, I'll still remember your kindness. Seeing the old man's indifferent expression, Wu Lu sneered and said, Old man, if you really can't make up your mind, then I'll help you. As long as we kill this little child, you'll decisively take out the sacred black crystal. The old man looked at Wu Lu but didn't say anything. He turned to the others and said, How about you guys? Do you all agree? The others felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old man. However, when they saw the huge holy black crystal in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. One of the old men said, Old man, if there is wealth, everyone should share it. You are too selfish. Today, you have to give us the sacred black crystal. Then, we'll share it equally. The old man looked at these people and nodded his head. These people's faces immediately revealed a happy expression. They thought that the old man had agreed. Unexpectedly, the old man turned around and put down the bamboo basket. At the same time, he handed the sacred black crystal to Zi Chen and said, I haven't exercised my body for many years. Today, I can exercise my body. The mining technique I created that year is a little rusty. Today, I can practice it. Zi Chen received the sacred black crystal with both hands. It was heavy, much heavier than he had expected. Besides the weight of the crystal, the old man's protectiveness was even heavier. He didn't know the old man's name, but the old man had protected him like this. Was it because he was the one who defied the natural order of the life star? But this old man had been separated from the life star for a long time. Let alone the life star, perhaps the martial warrior family had forgotten about him. Along the way, Shi Yang had seen all kinds of shameless people. He had seen all kinds of reasons to kill people to steal their treasures. Thus, he wasn't angry at these shameless people. Because he had killed so many people like this, he didn't mind killing more. What he cared about was the old man's attitude and his protectiveness. As he didn't want to break the old man's protectiveness, Zi Chen nodded and said, Okay. Today, I'll be a spectator. The old man turned around, walking out of the mine with the pickaxe in his hand. At the moment he walked out of the mine, 2 pickaxes attacked him from the sides. Their speed was really fast. They were the 2 men who had been hiding on both sides of the mine. The old man raised the pickaxe in his hand. Along with the clanging sound, he had stopped the falling pickaxe. Right after that, the old man kicked the 2 men away. Go to hell. In front of him, Yu Lu's eyes sparkled with cold light. The pickaxe in his hand drew an arc in the air, slashing toward the old man. The old man bent his waist, dodging the attack. Then, he used the pickaxe to hit Yu Lu's body, pushing him backward. Then, the old man spun on the spot and threw a punch. The pickaxe drew a circle, blocking all the attacks coming from the surroundings. Zi Chen watched the battle in silence. The old man's control of his power was perfect. His moves were also ingenious. The heavy pickaxe in his hand felt as if it was light. The miners near him also had a good control of their power. However, during the battle, they couldn't get close to the old man. They were blown away, and some of them even coughed out blood. The pickaxe in the old man's hand danced like the wind, stirring up the water. The people around him were struggling. However, these people had a strong body defense. After they were knocked down, they could stand up again. They didn't have any wounds. After shaking their heads, they were lively again. The old man, on the other hand, was rapidly depleting as he fought against several people. His attacks were no longer as sharp as before. He switched from attacking to defending, and then to dodging skillfully. However, for the time being, he hadn't lost yet. Chen placed the bamboo basket on the ground and put the sacred black crystal inside. He leaned the pickaxe against the bamboo basket and placed his right hand on his back. He took off the long strip of cloth on his back and placed it on the ground. Then, he undid the cloth layer by layer, revealing a long saber with a pitch-black scabbard. Chapter 2474. C_T. The battle in front of them was still going on. The old man was very strong, but in the end, he was no match for the combined forces of the miners. Please read this book. The battlefield slowly moved into the distance. The old man was secretly creating an opportunity for Chen to escape. But if Chen ran, the old man's life would be in danger. Chen would not run, and he could not run. He could not implicate the old man, who had treated him well. The cloth in his hand had been untied, revealing the black scabbard. He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and stood up again. He looked out of the cave with a cold gaze. The miners fighting were all Saint Kings. They could even be said to be Saint Kings with Saint-level bodies. Their bodies were very tough. It was difficult to hurt each other with pickaxes. Every time the old man knocked them down, they could stand up again and charge at him with vigor. The old man had used up too much of his strength. His steps were no longer vigorous, and his reaction speed had decreased. During this time, he was hit by Yulu and the others. He was at a complete disadvantage. Soon, he would be defeated and his life would be in danger. Chen turned around, took out the sacred black crystal from the bamboo basket, and threw it out of the cave. He stood beside the cave and said to the people fighting in the distance, "If you want the sacred black crystal, come and get it." As he spoke, Chen walked out of the cave. His left hand held the scabbard on his back. These people were fighting with the old man for the sacred black crystal. Now that they saw this little guy take the initiative to throw it out, their eyes flashed with greed. Get lost. Yulu saw Chen walk to the sacred black crystal. His greedy eyes flashed with a cold light. He gave up on the old man and roared at Chen angrily, then rushed over here. He held the pickaxe tightly in his hand, and the veins on his arm bulged. After quickly arriving in front of Chen, he raised the pickaxe high and smashed it at Chen. Although the old man intended to intercept the others, there were still a few who managed to get past him and head towards Chen. They were only slightly slower than Wu Lu. Looking at this powerful strike, Chen's expression didn't change at all. His right foot moved a step to the right, and the left hand behind his back and the scabbard appeared in front of him. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. His body leaned to the right, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. The pickaxe in Wu Lu's hand brushed past the corner of Chen's clothes and smashed down. Swoosh. His left arm, which had been slightly shaken, did not move at all. Chen exerted force with his right hand and pulled out his saber from its sheath. Here, energy couldn't be used, and Chen couldn't display his stunning knife-drawing technique. However, he could still exert strength, so his action of pulling out the saber was still very elegant. When the saber was unsheathed, black light flickered on the broken saber. Without the saber glow, the power of the knife-drawing technique was completely negligible. However, Chen was not simply unsheathing his saber. While he was unsheathing his saber, he continued to exert force in his right arm. The black broken saber slashed diagonally upwards. It was as if it could lift the sky. It extended from Wu Lu's left abdomen to his right shoulder. Wu Lu's clothes, which were also patched up, were instantly torn apart by the saber. The defense around his body, which was so strong that even the pickaxe couldn't break through, was instantly cut open by the broken saber. This saber move was an advanced version of the knife-drawing technique. It was somewhat similar to the essence of the knife-drawing technique that Chen had comprehended. However, it was much more powerful than the original knife-drawing technique. This was because this was the knife-drawing technique that was recorded in the Ninth Heaven saber art. This saber move was an attack with no return. The broken saber in his hand was no longer sheathed in an instant like before. Instead, it was pointing diagonally at the sky, flowing with black light. Wu Lu's attack missed. His body froze on the spot as he stared blankly at the wound on his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The little guy, who he had never taken seriously, had actually taken out a weapon and broken through his defense so easily. One had to know that even that old man hadn't been able to get a weapon all these years. He had once had the opportunity to get a weapon, but he had chosen the stone house because he didn't need a weapon. He wouldn't fight here either. However, today, when he saw the long wound on his body, regret appeared in his heart for the first time. However, what made him regret even more was the black blood that flowed out of the wound. His body couldn't help but sway, and he felt dizzy. You, he looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. At that moment, his expression was filled with shock and deep fear. With the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, Zi Chen no longer paid attention to Wu Lu. Instead, he took a step to the side and went around him. The broken saber in his hand didn't return to the scabbard. Instead, he slashed forward. In front of him, the second person who appeared was Parry. When he saw the broken saber in Zi Chen's hand, he was obviously shocked. At the same time, he changed the direction of his attack to a block. In this world, a weapon was a very high-level item. Compared to the lowest level of pickaxes, it was much more advanced. Swoosh! As the broken saber slashed down, there seemed to be a faint flash of black light. The pickaxe in Parry's hand immediately split into two. At the same time, the broken saber slashed down, cutting the space between his eyebrows and falling down from his face. Parry's movement froze. Zi Chen's face was expressionless. His body, together with the broken saber, turned in a circle at the same time. The broken saber and his body drew an arc in the air. Within the arc, Zi Chen dodged Dalar's attack. Following that, the broken saber chopped off the other party's arm that was holding the pickaxe. With a scream, Dalar held the severed arm with one hand, allowing the blood to gush out as he retreated in horror. This scene happened almost instantaneously. Before the others could react, Zi Chen had already taken 3 steps forward, leaving Yulu and Parry behind. His eyes stared indifferently at Delane. The latter was terrified and kept retreating. As for the others who had reacted, they had already stopped in their tracks. They looked at Zi Chen in horror, who had a cold expression on his face. Not far ahead, the others who were fighting with the old man also stopped and looked over in shock. The little guy that they had not taken seriously at first had defeated 3 of them in an instant. The old man was also shocked. He knew that Zi Chen had been carrying something wrapped in cloth all day, but he did not know what it was. He did not expect it to be a broken saber that had been baptized by the rules of this place. Its quality was extraordinary. After glancing at these people indifferently, Zi Chen turned around with the saber in his hand. He walked past Parry and came to stand behind Delane. At this moment, Dalar's body was suffused with a black light. The poison that had been smeared on the blade had begun to invade his heart meridians. He trembled as he took out a porcelain bottle from his chest. He poured out the only elixir from it and was about to put it into his mouth. As long as he took the elixir in time, his life would be saved. As for the wound on his body, it was not a fatal injury. With his strong physical body, he could completely recover. However, before he could put the elixir into his mouth, he heard a cold voice behind him. "This elixir is useless to you. Don't waste it." Dalar was heavily poisoned and his movements were slow. He did not know what was happening behind him, but he knew that this was something very bad. It could even endanger his life. He did not know what was happening behind him, but the others behind him saw it clearly. They saw Zi Chen raise the broken saber that had not yet been sheathed and slash at Dalar's neck without hesitation. It was as easy and casual as cutting melons and grass. Puff! With a soft sound, Dalar's head flew up. Blood spurted from the headless body. The broken saber was sheathed in an instant. Zi Chen took a step forward and snatched the broken saber that was about to spurt blood. His figure quickly moved away. 2 drops of blood stained his patched robes, corroding 2 small holes in them. The entire mine was dead silent. Only the sound of blood spurting could be heard. Dalar had become a headless corpse. Parry stood there motionless. The visible skin on his body had turned pitch black. After about 3 breaths, his body fell backward. 3 people, 2 dead. In addition to the poison, Parry's fatal wound was the scar that ran from his forehead to his cheek. Delar, who had fallen backward, was still alive. However, he had lost an arm. Moreover, the poison had begun to invade his body. His skin was faintly pitch black. Poison, his saber is poisoned. He shouted in horror. However, his eyes looked around with a pleading look. He wouldn't die even if he lost an arm. As long as the poison was detoxified, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, at this moment, the people who had fought side by side with him all subconsciously avoided his gaze. Regardless of whether these people had an antidote, even if they did, they would save it for their own survival. Who would be willing to give it to someone else? Zichen grabbed the scabbard and looked indifferently at Delane. He had an antidote in his hand, but Delar clearly didn't have the guts to ask for it. The old man was astonished by Zichen's combat strength. Although he hadn't seen it before, he could guess the movements of Zichen's attacks and the changes in his footwork based on the traces left behind on the battlefield. It had to be said that this person had a very good grasp of combat. He was also very skilled in controlling his strength. If one were to treat such a person as a newcomer to this place, that would simply be courting death. "Save me, old man, save me. I don't want the sacred black crystal anymore. From now on, everything I have is yours. My life is also yours." Delar, who had been poisoned, didn't want to die. When he saw the old man, he immediately knelt down and begged as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. The old man stood where he was. The pickaxe in his hand was mottled with blood. He looked coldly at Delar, who was begging for mercy, without saying a word. He wasn't a miner. He was a saint king, an existence who killed decisively. Although the years of being a miner had wiped out his spirit completely, today, his blood had been completely stimulated, and the coldness that belonged to the bottom of his heart was also revealed. Being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Delar collapsed in fear. Even when he died, no one came to his rescue. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to or because they didn't dare. The first 3 people to attack Zichen died just like that. However, the others were still alive. When Zichen's cold eyes landed on them, their hearts trembled. They were terrified. Chapter 2475. C_T, the originally inconspicuous little fellow had suddenly turned into a demon with fangs. The other miners were frightened and subconsciously retreated. The Holy Crow crystal could change their fates, but it was not as valuable as their lives. They had been trapped here for so many years, living like the lowest level of mortals. How big of a difference was there between this and the high and mighty life of a saint king? But they still chose to live like this. They did not choose to give up. In their hearts, their lives were more important than anything else. Looking at Zichen, they started to back away. They did so in a very orderly manner, as if they were watching out for the black snake that might appear. Zichen did not stop these people. If they were in the outside world, they would all be strong cultivators. Even in this world, they were at the bottom, but they still had strong physical bodies. If it were not for the sharpness of the broken sword, not only would they have been safe, but even he and the old man would have died here. Everyone backed away. Seeing that Zichen did not chase after them, they did not continue mining in the mine. Perhaps it was because they were too scared, but they all turned and left the mine. The old man came forward. He looked a bit messy, but his smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. When he came in front of Zichen, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. You almost died here, but you seem to be very happy now." Zichen walked back into the mine and continued to use the cloth to wrap the broken sword. The old man followed him into the mine. It was rare for him to pick up the bamboo basket. He smiled and said, "Of course I am happy. We have gained a lot today. Plus, I have good news for you. We are moving." "Move?" Zichen was a little startled when he heard that. The old man pointed at the dead Wu Lu and said with a smile, "Among these people, Wu Lu is quite famous. He obtained a piece of sacred black crystal. Although it wasn't big as he said, those people tried to snatch it, but it wasn't directly related to its size. Back then, he used that Holy Crow crystal to trade for a stone house like this. I was jealous of him for a long time. Now that you have killed him, His belongings belong to us. So, we can move. Does no one care about this place? Zichen asked with confusion. Who would care about the people at the bottom? Here, whoever had the biggest fist was the law. Whoever had more money would be the one in the right. Let's go, today's harvest is not small, let's go back and move. The old man carried the bamboo basket, looking very proud. Please go here to read a book, there's nothing in that lousy house. What else is there to move? Zichen muttered. That makes sense. Wu Lu's residence must have everything. Let's not move and go directly to Wu Lu's residence. When they went down the mountain, they didn't encounter anything else. On the contrary, after returning to the village, Zichen discovered that many of the villagers, who were rarely seen on normal days, had appeared at this moment. Moreover, their gazes all landed on the bamboo basket behind the old man. The bamboo basket was also made of special materials. Its weight was beyond imagination, and it was also very tough. It seems that the news has already spread. Zichen's expression turned cold as he walked into the village. You didn't kill everyone, so it's natural that the news was leaked. However, these people aren't stupid. They won't do something like throwing away their lives in vain. The old man seemed very calm. Although he didn't greet others wherever he went, his expression was very relaxed. Moreover, the place he went was not his own residence, but one of the few stone houses in this village. During this time, Zichen saw Jiao Tu and Huang Tu and nodded to the other party. The latter obviously didn't understand the situation here, but he could sense the hostility of these people, so there was a touch of worry in his eyes when he looked at Zichen. Hey, blacksmith, I'm moving. If you have time, come to my house for a drink. The old man said to the blacksmith beside Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. He was the only blacksmith in the village. The black iron that Zichen exchanged was all from the blacksmith. Moving, where are you moving to? There shouldn't be any houses built here recently, right? The blacksmith frowned and said. Although he had a deal with the old man, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. The other party shouldn't have greeted him like this. In this world, most people were strangers to each other. Wu Lu gave me the stone house. I'm moving there. The old man smiled proudly. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the others around him changed. There was also a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at the old man. Obviously, Wu Lu Luoning gave the most valuable house to the old man. The other meaning was that Wu Lu was already dead. You really need to change that old house of yours. Otherwise, the wind at night will definitely blow you away. The blacksmith replied, then turned around and walked towards his residence. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you coming in to forge? Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were stunned. Then, they smiled apologetically at Zichen and turned to enter the room. Soon, the sound of hammering iron could be heard from inside. The other villagers around watched the two of them leave, their expressions constantly changing. They had heard the news that the old man had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal, which was very valuable. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, when they saw the bamboo basket, they were sure that the news was true. Moreover, Wu Lu was dead, which proved that the news was true. However, because of Wu Lu's death, they were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. No one was in charge here, so there were naturally no rules. However, everyone cherished their lives. They didn't know how Wu Lu died, so they naturally didn't know the old man, so they could only watch quietly. In the blacksmith's shop, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who had successfully advanced from igniter to apprentice, asked while selecting high-quality black iron, "Ancestor, could that news be true? I hope it's false. If it's really a piece of sacred black crystal the size of a human head, then the two of them won't live to see tomorrow." The blacksmith sneered. How is that possible? When those people heard the news of Wu Lu's death, they were all frightened. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu put down the black iron in their hands and looked at the blacksmith in confusion. There are several villages within a radius of dozens of miles. Wu Lu's death can scare the people in this village, but it can't scare the others. The blacksmith shook his head and said, "A piece of sacred black crystal can even tempt me, let alone the others. Then what should we do?" Wu Lu was bewildered, asking worriedly, "What should we do? It's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Anyway, we didn't rob it. It's already giving the old man enough face. The blacksmith snorted and said, although we're all trapped here and can't get out, we still have different factions in our hearts. The old man came from the Life Star. It's no secret. This time, he got such a big harvest. He can only blame his bad luck. Looking at Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's changing faces, the blacksmith warned them, Kid, I'm telling you, don't meddle in other people's business. This kind of thing isn't something we can participate in. Perhaps Jiao Tu's people will be implicated. Zichen came with us this time. He's one of Jiao Tu's people. If something like this happens, should we just stand and watch? Said Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. It's true that he came with us, but he's not one of Jiao Tu's people. Remember, it has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to learn everything here and then go to the town to find a way to survive. Then, the blacksmith's smithy resounded again. It seemed the blacksmith had made up his mind. Even if the sky outside collapsed, it had nothing to do with him. They came to Wu Lu's stone house. Indeed, it had everything they needed. Although it wasn't a big house, it was much better than the old man's house. The old man was very satisfied with this. Zichen, who was sitting at the side, suddenly thought of something and said, Wait, my black iron is still hidden under the room. Could someone have stolen it? It's a secret place. No one should have stolen it, right? Said the old man after thinking for a while. But what if someone stole it? We've been saving it for a long time, said Zichen worriedly. Yeah, it makes sense. We don't need to go to that shabby house anymore. We should take it back. The old man nodded. Zichen was about to stand up. Most of the things in that house were his harvest. Of course, he couldn't just throw them away. Let me go. There's a lot of things. It won't be easy for you to carry them alone. As he spoke, the old man put the empty bamboo basket back on his back and walked out of the stone house. Zichen didn't refuse. Watching the old man leave, he sat down on a stone bench and took out the scabbard on his back. He grabbed a dead green snake. He had killed this green snake when he left the mountain. Zichen, who had been through many battles, knew very well how great the effects of a good item could be. Some people would stop because of reason, but others would go crazy because of greed. Carefully smearing the poison on the broken blade, Zichen thought back to the previous battle. He was able to easily kill 3 Saint Kings. It wasn't because he was powerful, but because the broken blade was sharp enough. The environment here limited the Saint King's battle prowess. Without sharp weapons, it was difficult for them to fight each other to the death. But with sharp weapons, they could easily break through their defenses. The only thing the Saint Kings relied on was useless, so they naturally died. Of course, the green snake's poison also played an important role in ending the battle so quickly. Even Saint Kings could be poisoned to death. It looked like this green snake, known as a divine snake, was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it was only its poison that was strong. It was lacking in other aspects, so it was easy to deal with. Just as he smeared all the poison in the green snake's body on the blade, Zichen heard a commotion outside. He raised his head in confusion, preparing to go out and investigate. The door suddenly opened, and the old man appeared with a panicked expression. He closed the door behind him, and said, Don't go out. Those damned bastards are all here. We're in danger this time. Chapter 2476. C_T, where there were cultivators, there would be disputes. Where there were disputes, there would be factions. This saying was true no matter where it was applied. In this village, the famous Yulu had died, causing the other villagers to be afraid and not dare to have any ideas about the sacred black crystal. However, the villagers of the other villages were not afraid. The miners who had left at the beginning were from the nearby villages. The news that Zichen had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal had naturally spread, so these people had all rushed over. They had either come to watch the show or had ulterior motives. At the very front was the old man that Zichen had met once before. He came from the Hort clan, and beside him was the still very weak Hort Tongmi. As an alchemist, Hort Dissis was a very wealthy existence in these villages. He didn't care about ordinary black iron that could only sustain the livelihood of the miners. However, A large piece of sacred black crystal was a different matter. Of course, the sacred black crystal was only secondary. Taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the old man was his main intention. In the distance, he saw the old man walking out of the dilapidated house with a bamboo basket on his back. He shouted from a distance. The old man turned around and ran like a mouse seeing a cat. One fled, one chased until they were outside the stone house. The old man ran into the stone house and instantly closed the door, hiding like a turtle. No matter how they shouted, he didn't come out. Looking at the closed door of the stone house, they looked very helpless. In this world, everything was far beyond the imagination of the outside world. Even an ordinary wooden house was not something that they could break open with brute force, let alone such a luxurious stone house. As long as the person inside didn't come out, they didn't have the strength to destroy this house. Old man, do you feel good hiding here like a turtle? Turtle, hurry up and get out here. As these people from outside the village shouted, the other villagers appeared one after another. They stood at the side and watched the commotion. They had no intention of going up to help. In the stone house, the old man sat across from Zichen. He looked at the expressionless Zichen rubbing his scabbard and said, "Young people shouldn't be so eager to fight. Those people outside are not easy to deal with. Quite a few of them have weapons on them. If we act rashly, in your words, both of us might die here. Even if I die here, it's still better than being scolded by others." Zichen's tone was indifferent. "You can't even take a little scolding? Just treat them as if they're farting." The old man still didn't care. Full text reading: I have shouldered the curses of the entire world, so these curses are naturally nothing. However, I feel that we don't need to bear such infamy. They came with ill intentions and have ulterior motives. There's no need to tolerate them. It's easy for you to say, but those people outside all have powerful backgrounds. Take that old man Huati for example. He represents the Huati family. Do you know how many people from the Huati family have come here these years? If you attack him, they won't let you go easily. Rubbing his scabbard, Zichen said, "After all these years, I only know one principle. Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason. It's easy for you to say. You killed one, and soon, a group of people will come to reason with you. Do you think you can beat them with your fists? Although there are some existences from the life stars in this world, who knows where they are? Perhaps they are in the legendary city. Perhaps thousands of years after your death, when the news reaches there, they will come to collect your corpse. But only if your corpse is still there." Zichen knew that there were other cultivators from the life stars in this world. However, he had only seen the old man here. Moreover, the old man had come here a long time ago. He was the last one to come here. Zichen grabbed his scabbard, stood up, and said, "My principle is simple. If one person comes, I will talk to him. If a group comes, I will talk to them. We will know who is right after a debate." Apparently, Zichen's debate wasn't a real debate. That would only make him die more miserably. What he meant by debate was a battle. He had started off as a rogue cultivator, and had finally reached his current position. Clearly, he had been going through a battle. He wasn't afraid of fighting or dying in a battle. "I know you're strong, but there's no need for this kind of battle. Moreover, it's getting dark. They don't dare to spend the night outside." The old man eventually persuaded Zichen. Indeed, as the sky darkened, the voices outside became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they all disappeared. Everyone had left. No one dared to spend the night outside. However, it was still unknown if they would come back tomorrow. Those people left when the sky was getting dark. Judging by the time, they couldn't go back. They would all die on the way. They weren't stupid. They wouldn't die so easily. The old man guessed the reason. His relaxed expression gradually became serious. He cursed outside, "These damn things. Are they really going to fight to the death?" "Only fighting is the fastest way to resolve grudges," Zichen said. The old man glanced at Zichen and said unhappily, "I'm not stupid. Of course, I know this. But they have more people. How can the two of us be a match for them?" Looking at the scabbard in Zichen's hand, the old man said, "You've already used this broken saber. They must know that it's poisoned. If you want to continue to fight unexpectedly, you won't succeed. Although I have some skills, it's only limited to fighting. As for killing people, don't count on this pickaxe in my hand. This thing can only be used for fighting, not killing. I know your fighting competence isn't weak. However, you're alone. 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. If you continue to fight, facing them like wolves and tigers, only death awaits you. Unless you have a special ability, there will be 2 more corpses here. Listening to the old man, Zichen was moved. He asked, "You said an ability. What is an ability after all?" An ability can be an innate gift, a supernatural ability, or some mutation of the body. Being fast is an ability. Having a strong body is an ability. Being able to fly is an ability. Being able to control other things is an ability. There are many kinds of abilities. However, no matter which kind, they are all recognized by the rules of this world. In other words, they are above the rules of this world. This ability is very strong in this world. I heard that it's the strongest thing besides God. The old man gazed at the stone table and said, "I once went to a small town and stayed there for one night. I heard that there was an existence from a life star who had some kind of eye technique. I heard that his eyes could shoot 2 beams of light. He could kill people with just one look." Seeing Zichen's interested face, the old man curled his lips and said, "I've only heard about it. I've never seen it. I don't know if that little was just talking nonsense to make me happy or if it's true. I just thought it was a story for fun when I was bored." Then, "Does our village have anyone who knows about abilities?" asked Zichen. "Of course. Blacksmiths can forge weapons. It's an acquired ability. Alchemists can refine mediocre pellets. It's an ability. We can use pickaxes to dig ores. It's also an ability. Everyone can do that." "What kind of ability is that?" Zichen asked with a surprised face. "It's an ability. However, it's the most basic ability. Abilities are different, big or small, but they are all life skills. However, if you want to have an ability to fight, it's too difficult. If you do, you don't need to stay in the village. You can just go to the small town or find a way to enter the city." "How do you get an ability?" "There are acquired abilities and innate abilities. I don't have the specific ability, so I don't know. However, I heard that those very powerful skills in the outside world will become some kind of ability here. However, this should be just a rumor. The skills that I came from the warrior family have not become any ability here." That night, the 2 of them rested very late and started to discuss the matter of ability. After that, the old man could not stand it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. It was obvious that what happened that day was nothing to him. As long as he stayed there, those people would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, Yulu was rich enough, and the food in the room was also very sufficient. It was enough for the 2 of them to live there for a long time. However, Zichen did not think so. He could not sleep for a long time and had to get up to practice his sword skills. However, he did not practice one move at a time. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, simulating the sword skills in his mind over and over again, just like when he had a soul in the outside world. This efficiency coupled with actual combat practice would undoubtedly be faster. The next day, Zichen was woken up by noisy curses. These people did not go back at all last night. It was obvious that they were against them. If this matter could not be resolved, they would not leave. "Don't go out. They are trying to goad you." As if he was worried that Zichen would go out rashly, the old man got up early that day and looked at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes open, and said. After a night of cultivation, Zichen did not feel tired at all. It was as if he had the power of the soul in him. This was obviously impossible because having the power of the soul was equivalent to having abilities. The current Zichen undoubtedly did not have any abilities. He got up from his cross-legged position, grabbed the scabbard on his left, and said, "This matter must be resolved. I don't have much time, and I can't always waste it here. Also, I said that I will reason with them." As he spoke, Zichen stepped forward and opened the stone door. The first ray of sunlight shone on his face, illuminating his handsome face with golden light. The curses outside stopped because the stone door was opened. Zichen held the scabbard and stepped out. Sigh, this. The old man looked at Zichen, who walked out, and sighed helplessly. However, he did not hesitate. He picked up the pickaxe leaning against the wall and followed Zichen out. Today, we will fight to the death. If you are not afraid of death, come up. After walking out, he quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Zichen. He raised the pickaxe in his hand and said indifferently, although he did not recommend fighting with these people head-on, when it came to a critical moment, the old man did not shrink back at all. The curses all around stopped. Everyone stared coldly at the two of them. In the depths of their eyes, there was a trace of unconcealable greed. Chapter 2477. C_T. Zichen walked out expressionlessly, but he was still very surprised. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website. The updates are also faster. There are no advertisements. The people who appeared around him were far beyond his expectations. It was as if everyone in this village, which he rarely saw, had returned today. Most of the villagers were just there to watch the show with their arms crossed. There were only a dozen people who were looking for trouble. The leader of the group was the old man from the Hort family. It was said that his name was Hort Dis. Beside him was the still very weak Hort Tumi. When he saw Zichen appear, his eyes were filled with deep hatred. Zichen, today is the day you die. If you hand over the sacred black crystal, I can spare your life, he said coldly to Zichen. Although he looked weak, his cold words were full of energy. You! Zichen smiled disdainfully, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He held the scabbard tightly in his hand. As long as he had the scabbard in his hand, he was full of confidence. Seeing Zichen tighten his grip on the scabbard, Hort Tumi's expression changed, and he subconsciously retreated. He had heard that Zichen had killed 3 miners with just 3 slashes. This kind of combat power was definitely not something he could fight against. Standing at the side, saying some harsh words and cursing secretly was already the limit of what he could do. The people present did not laugh at Hort Tumi's actions. Compared to these people, Hort Tumi was just a child, and a very weak one at that. Just as he retreated, those people all took a step forward. If you're not afraid of death, then come, the old man said indifferently as he retracted the pickaxe in front of his chest. It was unknown whether it was because of his words, but as soon as he finished speaking, many of the people who had been watching the show with their arms crossed suddenly walked over. As these people walked, their aura was not like that of ordinary miners. Their faces were somewhat fierce, and it was obvious that they were usually brave people who liked to fight. Furthermore, among the people who walked out, several of them were holding weapons in their hands. Having been in this world for a long time, Zichen was very clear that in this world, having a weapon was equivalent to having combat power. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 people, and 8 of them had weapons. This didn't include Hoti Deskai and Hoti Deskai, who didn't take out their weapons. Among these people, the old man was able to fight to a standstill with a weapon, and could barely block 2 people. This situation was very unfavorable for the two, and no one was optimistic about them. As the news of a huge piece of sacred black crystal spread, almost all the villagers in the nearby villages knew about it. Thus, they chose to waste a day to come here and see if there was anything they could pick up. More and more people gathered around. Other than Hort and Tangmi, the other 4 members of the Hort family who had come to this world had also arrived. Each of them had a person by their side, but none of them stepped forward. Looking at the situation before them, there was no need for them to make a move. Jiotu Huangtu had also arrived, and Jiotu Mingtu and 3 others had also arrived. They looked at the scene with strange expressions, and only Jiotu Huangtu's face was filled with worry. Boy, hand over the sacred black crystal, or die. After everyone had appeared, Hot Des opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice. The old man did not speak. Evidently, he did not know what to do. Fortunately, he did not choose and allowed Zichen to make his own decision. He was willing to follow whatever decision he made. Facing this situation, everyone felt that Zichen would make a wise choice. Zichen looked at Hoti Deskai and lightly smiled as he said, "Even though I look a bit young, I'm not stupid. In fact, I'm very smart, many times smarter than that idiot next to you. I can see killing intent in your eyes, and I'm sure that even if I hand over the sacred black crystal, you'll still choose to kill me. A trace of surprise flashed in Hotideskai's eyes. He had never thought that this person would be so observant. He indeed did not plan to let these two people off. Even if he took away the sacred black crystal, these two people would still die. Those words from before were just the opening remarks before the battle. Come. Let's see if you can take the sacred black crystal from me today. Zichen slowly raised the scabbard in his hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. In the outside world, facing so many Saint Kings, he would definitely turn and run. However, in this world, these Saint Kings were no different from mortals, and he was qualified to fight. The others crossed their arms and watched the show. In their opinion, Zichen was simply overestimating himself and seeking death. Stop. Isn't it just a piece of sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you. Why are you being so aggressive? Just as the two sides were about to fight, a shout rang out. Jiao and Huang Tu had broken free from the blacksmith's restraints and were running over. He arrived in front of Zichen and turned to Hotideskai, saying, "Don't you want the sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you." Hotideskai glanced at Jiao and Huang Tu, then turned to look at the blacksmith, who had an ugly expression. He turned back and said, "Kid, this is none of your business. Hurry up and get out of the way. Today, we want the sacred black crystal and these two people's lives. Do we have to kill them?" Jiao and Huang Tu asked again, but they only mocked him. "Then come." He took out a short dagger from his sleeve. He clenched one hand into a fist and the other held the dagger. He placed them horizontally in front of his chest. Obviously, he was going to fight. The blacksmith's face was ashen as he walked over. This was not something they could interfere in. A palm landed on Jiao and Huang Tu's shoulder. The latter turned around and saw Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "Thank you for your help this time, but this is just a personal grudge between us. You should back off. Aren't we friends? How can I back off at a time like this?" Jiao and Huang Tu shook their heads and said firmly. These words touched Zichen quite a bit. He said, "Of course we are friends, but I don't have the bad habit of letting my friends die. They're just a bunch of trash. Trust me, I'm destined to be a big shot." Jiao and Huang Tu believed that Zichen would be a big shot in the future, but the premise was that Zichen could not die. However, from the looks of it, Zichen did not seem to have any chance of survival. Jiao and Huang Tu shook their heads and did not want to back off, but what happened next was not up to them. The blacksmith and a member of the Jiao family stepped forward and carried Jiao and Huang Tu away. Looking at Jiao and Huang Tu who were still struggling, Zichen looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Old man, go back to the door and guard our sacred black crystal. You don't have to fight this battle." The old man looked back at Zichen in confusion. "I'm used to fighting alone, and I'm also used to using my way to reason with people. You'll be in the way. Although you're a senior, your combat strength is too weak." Of course, the old man understood what Zichen meant. The other party just didn't want him to be in danger. Letting him stay behind was so that once Zichen died in battle, the old man could take out the sacred black crystal to save his life. The main reason why Hotdis had to kill the two of them was because of Zichen. This was because Hotdis, Tangmi, and the others were very clear about Zichen's potential. "If I can't even protect you, what's the point of me living?" The old man shook his head. "You should know that I don't need to be protected. On this life star, people like me don't need to be protected at all. Hey, you two, don't act like you're going to part forever. Soon, you two will be reunited in the underworld," a man with a short sword said to the two of them. Zichen signaled the old man to step back with a resolute look. Holding the scabbard, he stepped forward and looked at the 20-something people in front of him. He said calmly, "Guys, because I'm new here, I don't have any reputation. That's why I'm bullied. So, this time, I want to kill people to establish my prestige. I, Zichen, promise you that I won't let go of anyone who stands in front of me. Today, either I die, or you die." His voice was calm, and his face was calm. He didn't have any pretense or threatening intention, as if he was just telling a simple story. Those people from a distance looked at Zi Chen in front of them. They didn't know why, but an inexplicable coldness arose in their hearts, making them shiver. The 20-something people in front of them also changed their countenances. Facing this kind of situation, they were still calm. If they weren't fools, they were crazy. Apparently, they were the latter. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Zi Chen placed his right hand on the scabbard and slowly pulled it out. A broken scabbard with black light flashed in people's eyes. In front of Zi Chen, the others were also ready to fight. They were holding weapons or other things that could be used to hit people. The old man sighed and stepped back. Zi Chen took several steps forward. Those people in front of him scattered, surrounding Zi Chen. Zi Chen stood in the center, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken scabbard in his right hand. The people around him stared at Zi Chen. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone stared in front of them, waiting for the battle that was about to happen. No one said a word. Kill. The word kill came from Hotde's mouth. Those people surrounding Zi Chen started to attack Zi Chen. A sharp black sword stabbed directly at Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen moved his feet and dodged the sword. At the same time, he turned his body again. Another attack brushed past his body. Clang. He raised the scabbard in his left hand. A long sword was blocked by the scabbard. A clanging sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force shook Zi Chen and made him unsteady. He subconsciously retreated. Behind him, a short sword was thrusting towards his back. As if it had eyes on the back of its head, Zi Chen used the force to rotate his body as he retreated. The scabbard blocked the short sword first. The owner of the short sword was knocked away along with his weapon. More attacks were directed at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's expression did not change. He bent back instantly. The attacks brushed past his body, gathered above him, and then scattered. Facing the many attacks, Zi Chen kept dodging. The scabbard in his hand blocked back and forth. As for the broken scabbard in his right hand, he did not make a single slash. Bang! A long black stick pierced through the attacks and hit Zi Chen's chest. The powerful force made Zi Chen's body involuntarily retreat. Behind Zi Chen, a man holding a pickaxe looked at Zi Chen with a ferocious smile. He looked like he was going to smash Zi Chen's head with the pickaxe. Zi Chen, whose body was unsteady, suddenly turned around at this moment. His pair of pitch-black eyes were calm and filled with indifference. The broken scabbard, which had not made a move until now, chopped down at this moment. An extreme slash. Chapter 2478. C_T. When he saw Zi Chen's calm expression, the pickaxe-wielding miner had already sensed that something was wrong. However, his attack had already taken shape. It was clearly too late for him to retreat now. Just as Zi Chen struck, the pickaxe-wielding miner struggled to withdraw his pickaxe-wielding miner's expression. Swoosh! The broken saber swept past the pickaxe-wielding miner and slashed down diagonally. A smooth slope appeared. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it continued to slash downwards, sliding diagonally down the miner's cheek. This attack fell very quickly. As soon as the attack ended, there was the shadow of a staff that struck toward Zi Chen from the side. It was blocked by the scabbard. Peng! With a loud bang, Zi Chen took advantage of the momentum to retreat with his scabbard. In the process of retreating, Zi Chen faced several attacks from both sides. His figure dodged left and right. Zi Chen would try his best to dodge the attacks of those weapons. It was fine even if he was hit by those staff or pickaxe-wielding weapons. These attacks were not fatal compared to those weapons. In the process of dodging, Zi Chen no longer struck with the broken saber in his hand. He continued to use the scabbard to block. During this period, Zi Chen would launch a fierce attack whenever he had the chance. Fart! The broken saber swept past a Saint King's body. As he retreated, black blood began to flow from his wound. The second Saint King was dead. Everyone present knew that Zi Chen's broken saber was smeared with poison. Everyone was on guard. However, after Zi Chen attacked, everyone realized that Zi Chen's attack could not be blocked at all. Fart! The saber flashed again and the third Saint King died in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen had paid a great price to kill 3 Saint Kings in front of a group of Saint Kings. There were 8 external wounds on his body. There were 2 bloody wounds on his arm that exposed his bone. There was a sword mark on his shoulder and a very long wound on his waist. Blood flowed out from his wounds. Fortunately, these people did not use poison. The poison of the green snake was very strong. Ordinary people would not dare to think about using it. People like Zi Chen were few and far between. The number of Saint Kings who had died in front of Zi Chen had already reached 5. The people around him dispersed once again. Zi Chen's body was already riddled with wounds. His body was practically covered in his own blood. His injuries were already very serious. In the eyes of the crowd, it was almost fatal. However, Zi Chen did not even frown. It was as if this was not his physical body. His expression was as calm as ever, and the space between his brows was as cold as ever. The hanging scabbard in his left hand had already turned red, and the handle of the broken sword in his right hand was also dyed red with blood. It was very eye-catching and very glaring. That was his own blood, all of it was his own. After coming to this world and becoming immortal, the blood in his body no longer had any special abilities. 5 people had died, but there were still nearly 20 people on the field. These 20 people became more and more vigilant as they stared indifferently at Zi Chen. Some of them even had blood dripping from their weapons. It was Zi Chen's blood. Hotdesh looked at Zi Chen and said indifferently, "Your resistance is meaningless. Death is only a matter of time." Zi Chen replied calmly, "Even if I die, I will kill you, you old bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle that had paused for a short while began again. Zi Chen rushed forward and went straight for Hotdesh. The latter had seen Zi Chen's strength and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then, he held his long sword horizontally and made a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, Zi Chen's movement was actually a feint. His body retreated in an instant. The broken sword in his right hand followed his body and drew a semicircle, slashing at a Saint King who was rushing forward. At this moment, there were 2 people in front of this Saint King. One of them held a pickaxe, while the other held a short sword. The 2 of them also attacked Zi Chen without hesitation. In their opinion, Zi Chen would definitely dodge such an attack. Because if he did not dodge and was hit by the 2, Zi Chen would probably lose his ability to fight in an instant. However, Zi Chen really did not dodge. He just kept rushing forward, his eyes fixed on his target. Out of the corner of his eye, he paid attention to the 2 attacks that were about to land on his body. Bang! The pickaxe smashed into Zi Chen's chest, causing his body to shake violently. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It was unknown how many of his ribs had been broken by this blow. Fart! Before the short sword could pierce Zi Chen's vital parts, Zi Chen dodged it and grazed his shoulder. Swoosh! Facing the 2 attacks that hit him first, Zi Chen was expressionless. He swung the broken sword in his hand with all his might. The pickaxe and a Saint King in front of him were separated from the middle. After the attack, Zi Chen's body spun rapidly again, neutralizing the power of the pickaxe that landed on his body. The broken sword in his hand drew a perfect circle, blocking all the attacks that came from all around. After killing another person, Zi Chen's body was once again filled with 2 wounds, one internal and one external. This was Zi Chen's most commonly used fighting method in the outside world, exchanging a life for a life. However, under normal circumstances, he would only use this method when facing a strong opponent one-on-one. Moreover, it had been a long time since someone forced him to use this method of fighting without any regard for his life. A situation like this where he was fighting a group of people by himself had never happened before. If these people were in the outside world, they would all be strong opponents. Zi Chen needed to deal with them carefully. When the 10th person fell in front of Zi Chen, his situation could only be described as miserable. The indifferent spectators around them were all moved by this. The old man wanted to go forward and help, but Zi Chen decisively waved his hand to stop him. From beginning to end, his eyes were still indifferent, and his expression was still calm, even though his injuries seemed to have reached a critical point. "This is my choice. I will bear all the consequences." Zi Chen stopped the old man from speaking, causing the spectators to be moved. With his own strength, he had killed 10 people in a row. If Zichen did not die today, his name would definitely spread throughout the surrounding villages, and no one would dare to provoke him again. However, looking at the situation today, Zichen would definitely die. This was because the enemies were not just these people in the field. In the distance, in the dark, there were also people from the Hort family, as well as others who were eyeing him covetously. They might have been spectators a moment ago, but as Zichen's injuries worsened, they would most likely turn from spectators to bandits. As Zichen's injuries worsened, his enemies would be endless. Moreover, because of the powerful combat strength Zichen had displayed, as well as the words he had said before, even if there were people who felt pity for him, they would not dare to let him go. This was because if they let Zichen go today, once he recovered from his injuries, Zichen would become a disaster for them. If Zichen wanted to escape today, he would have to have an ability recognized by this world. Only an ability could allow Zichen to escape danger. Everyone present knew this problem, but how could an ability be so easily obtained? Everyone knew that Zichen needed an ability to escape danger, but Zichen did not have any extravagant hopes of obtaining an ability. In his mind, he was quickly deducing the previous battle, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. He did not need those powerful abilities that could allow him to fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. He only needed to escape this crisis. In fact, this method was very simple. He only needed a little bit, and Zichen would be able to escape danger. That was speed. As long as his speed had a little bit of a breakthrough, Zichen would be guaranteed to win this battle. Unlike the outside world, all of his senses were suppressed here. His body's reaction speed was also suppressed. When he used the 9 fleeting lightning, it was no longer effective and could not bring him the true limit of speed. Although in the eyes of others, his speed was already very fast, Zichen knew very well that this was still far from his limit. As his mind quickly analyzed the previous battle, Zichen came to a conclusion. If his speed could be a little bit faster, just a little bit, then he would be able to escape many fatal attacks. With this little bit of advantage and the sharp broken sword, Zichen would be able to carve out a bloody path. Speed a little bit faster. At this moment, Zichen's mind was filled with a strong desire for speed. This desire was unprecedented. It was the kind of desire that one would have when facing death. Speed. Zichen's heart was filled with a strong desire because those people were getting closer. Given his current body, he simply could not sustain this level of battle. If this continued, he was afraid that after this round of battle, Zichen would die. Therefore, he needed speed. He craved for speed, even if it was just a little bit. In his mind, the 9 fleeting lightning appeared. Then, Zichen continuously deduced, allowing him to become faster in this world, or rather, allowing him to adapt to this world faster. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's potential and his exceptional talent. Perhaps it was because Zichen was a heaven-defying existence. Perhaps it was because of Zichen's excessive desire for speed, causing this desire to become some kind of power that stimulated some kind of change. In the depths of his heart, a faint popping sound could be heard. This was the sound of the seed breaking through the barrier, the sound of the first trace of green. It was the sound of breaking out of a shell, the sound of walking from darkness to light, the sound of breaking through some kind of shackle. After this sound rang out, Zichen found that his body had become lighter, no longer as heavy as before. The original suppression of extreme speed seemed to have loosened a little at this moment. The people around him slowly closed in on Zichen, weapons shining with a cold light. Zichen, who was standing motionless in his original position, suddenly swayed. It seemed that due to his heavy injuries, he could no longer stand. The people around him stopped and looked at Zichen indifferently. They saw Zichen's body stagger. He took a few steps forward, then took a few steps back. These few steps did not have the slightest order, looking very strange and out of place. In the eyes of the people, it was more like he was too heavily injured, staggering and about to fall to the ground. However, Zichen did not fall. After staggering a few steps, he stood up again, his expression as calm as before. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that Zichen's eyes were much brighter than before. Kill. Seeing that Zi Chen did not fall after swaying a few times, Hotdes was a little disappointed. He indifferently shouted, and the people rushed forward together. Chapter 2479. C_T. Zi Chen's injuries were very serious, and he looked like he could die at any time. However, the people around him did not let their guard down. They charged forward with all their might. Read the full text. Swoosh. A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade pierced toward Zi Chen's face. This attack was decisive and ruthless. Its owner had already left many wounds on Zi Chen's body. Facing this attack, Zi Chen did not dodge. His very bright eyes stared at the attack coming toward him. A strong wind blew, and Zi Chen's hair flew. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce Zi Chen's face, the owner of the sharp blade grinned. In his opinion, Zi Chen was already seriously injured and could not dodge. This attack was certain to kill him. However, just as the two sides were a few millimeters apart, Zi Chen's feet moved, and his body moved with his steps, tilting his head to avoid the attack. The Holy King's attack missed, and his body moved forward due to inertia. Zi Chen's right hand held the broken saber tightly, and he instantly raised it. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up, and blood began to spurt, staining Zi Chen's body. This was the feeling. Zi Chen relaxed his mind and felt the changes in his body. A hint of joy appeared on his expressionless face for the first time. His speed was back. Although it was not as terrifying as it was in the outside world, it was much faster than before, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With the speed, Zi Chen could finally use the method that used very little energy to kill the enemy, and it was very effective. With this speed that was several times faster than theirs, Zi Chen was in an invincible position. Swoosh! Another attack came from behind Zi Chen. Zi Chen did not even turn his head. After repelling the person in front of him with his saber, he moved slightly, brushing past the attack, and arrived in front of the Holy King. The Holy King's face was filled with shock. He clearly did not understand what had just happened. He saw Zi Chen dodge his attack and stand in front of him. After that, the broken saber that he could not dodge appeared in his line of sight. The broken blade streaked across his eyes, and his vision blurred. After that, he couldn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, two people had died, while Zi Chen was unscathed. His previous heavy injuries seemed to have lightened at this moment because his speed had become faster and his reaction had also become sharper. Normally, he would not be able to dodge an attack, but now, he was able to dodge it without expending too much energy. Regarding this situation, the spectators had the most right to speak. Quick update: the website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. The original Zi Chen was like a fast-moving rock when he was besieged by the crowd. He was calm and decisive, and his attacks were sure to kill, but his reactions were relatively slow. Often, he would lose 800 of his own men to destroy 1,000 of his enemies. But at this moment, he was like a leaf swaying in the wind, easily changing direction with the rhythm of the wind, dancing with the wind. He shuttled through these attacks, the broken saber in his hand dancing nimbly. One Saint King after another fell, but these Saint Kings were unable to cause any harm to him. This kind of clever change was like using 4 tails to deflect 1,000 catties. It was very clever, and very lethal. And as the battle continued, everyone realized that Zi Chen's figure was becoming more and more graceful. In the end, no one could even touch the corner of his clothes. This was the current change in Zi Chen in the eyes of the crowd. But during the battle, those people did not notice it. They only felt that Zi Chen was becoming more and more difficult to deal with, and his reactions were becoming faster and faster. It was also becoming more and more difficult for them to hit Zi Chen. Seeing that Zi Chen, who should have been seriously injured and dead, was still alive, and instead killed one Saint King after another, they became more and more shocked. This is, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who had been watching the battle anxiously, were now looking at Zi Chen's changes in the field in shock. The blacksmith's expression gradually became serious. At the entrance of the stone house, after seeing this change, the old man's eyes gradually lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Is this an ability? He had not seen others use their abilities with his own eyes, so he could not determine whether Zi Chen's current state could be called an ability. An ability. This is an ability. It must be an ability, a speed ability, otherwise, his speed would not be so fast. Oh my God, could it be that he has awakened an ability? It is said that in this world, when faced with a life and death crisis, there is a certain probability of awakening an ability. But this probability is extremely low. I didn't expect that we would encounter it. This speed is several times faster than before. He is almost invincible. This little guy is really lucky. Seeing the change in the battle, everyone was almost certain that Zi Chen had awakened an ability. For a moment, everyone revealed looks of envy. An ability was an extremely rare thing. Once one had an ability, it was equivalent to no longer being a mortal, but becoming a cultivator. The appearance of a unique ability indicated a powerful combat strength. Is it lucky to have awakened an ability? I don't think so. Just as everyone's faces were filled with envy, a voice full of ridicule sounded from the side. The man who spoke looked at Zi Chen, who was wantonly killing as if there was no one around, and said, "It is indeed lucky to have awakened an ability, but this is not absolute. The ability in the early stage is not strong, but in the face of so many enemies, the ability is not invincible." Compared to other abilities, the ability in the early stage of awakening was indeed very weak, and it still needed some time to adapt. If one awakened an ability when there was no one around, it was indeed a blessing. One could calmly feel the changes in the ability, and thus greatly improve one's combat strength. But to awaken an ability in the middle of the battlefield, there was no time to calm down and feel it. Facing the siege of everyone, it was very likely that one would die, not to mention Zi Chen, who was completely injured at the moment. It was rare to be killed after awakening an ability in the middle of the battlefield, but it was also not uncommon. Puff. With a flash, Zi Chen's body moved left and right as he moved forward. Attacks brushed past Zi Chen's body, and none of them could hurt him. As for the broken blade in his hand, he flipped his hand and slashed forward with an indomitable momentum. One after another, Saint Kings fell, and blood spurted out. The poison that was smeared on the saber had long been exhausted in the killing, but with his extreme speed and powerful combat strength, Zi Chen did not need poison at all. At the moment, his body was covered in blood. Some of it was his, but most of it was the blood of others. The 20 or so saint rulers from before were rapidly decreasing in number. Zi Chen had completely evolved from the passive killing from before to the active killing now. Moreover, with each step forward, he took a life with each slash. His figure became more and more graceful, and his attacks were decisive and elegant. His efficiency in killing the enemies became faster. The serious injuries that he had suffered before were gradually recovering because he was no longer injured. The bleeding wounds from before had all stopped bleeding. Damn it, how could he have awakened an ability? Looking at the others falling one by one, Hotudesco's expression became very unsightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Next to him, looking at Zi Chen, who seemed to be in an unstoppable state, Hotudesco's face was filled with deep fear. He could not help but recall what Zi Chen had just said. Because it was his first time here, he needed to kill to establish his dominance and ensure that he would not let anyone off. Those words had sounded somewhat ridiculous, but thinking about it now, Hotudesco felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at Zi Chen's cold eyes, Hotudesco felt that he could appear in front of him at any moment and slash down with his saber. Although he held his weapon tightly, he was not confident that he could block Zi Chen's saber. Just as he was feeling terrified and wondering if he should run away at this moment, he saw shadows from the corner of his eyes. It was the people who had been watching earlier. They were walking towards him. Some of these people were from the Hotudesco family, and Hotudesco knew some of them, but he did not know some of them. When they walked forward, their eyes were filled with coldness, and their intentions were very obvious. They did not make a move before because it was not necessary, but at this moment, seeing that Zi Chen was about to awaken an ability, they had to make a move. An existence that has awakened an ability is very dangerous. Before the opponent's ability stabilizes, it is the only chance to kill the opponent. Once the opponent's ability stabilizes, if you want to kill someone, you need someone with the same ability. After these people appeared, they went straight to Zi Chen to kill him. Extreme slash. After Zi-Chen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand, he did not put it back. While dodging left and right, the broken saber in his hand continuously slashed, chopped, raised, and cut. Every slash was made with full strength, and every slash was very fast. Every slash was followed by a flash of black light. Pu. His body only swayed left and right, and he never retreated. He kept moving forward, and wherever he passed, Saint Kings were killed. It was as if he had eyes all over his body, and not a single attack could land on his body. Clearly, he had just awakened an ability and was not used to it, but it still made people helpless. Pu. Pu. Pu, the saber flashed, and Saint Kings fell dead one after another. From afar, these people looked like they were voluntarily sending themselves to their deaths. His figure was graceful and elegant, and his attacks were decisive and sharp. Zi-Chen awakened an ability that was speed. In the eyes of the crowd, it would take some time for him to get used to it. But to Zi-Chen, he did not need to get used to it at all. This was because he did not awaken an ability in the true sense of the word. It was not an ability of the physical body, but the extreme speed ability of the 9 lightning flashes. Zi-Chen could not be more familiar with this ability, because he had been using this extreme speed from the beginning. When Zi-Chen used this extreme speed, it was like using his own arms and fingers. He could use it as he pleased, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity. And as the Saint Kings fell dead one after another, and still no one touched the corner of Zi-Chen's clothes, they finally realized this point. They knew in their hearts that even if they sacrificed everyone today, they would not be able to kill him. So, they prepared to retreat. Looking at them retreating, Zi-Chen spoke his first words after awakening his ability. I promised all of you that I would not let anyone go. I, Zi-Chen, will never break my promise. Chapter 2480. C_T. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard that he would never break his promise. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Now that they recalled what Zi-Chen had said earlier, they could only feel a strong sense of fear rising in their hearts. Run. Knowing that he could not do anything to his opponent today, Hotdesh decisively turned around and ran. In fact, when they were fighting earlier, he had purposely moved back and was prepared to escape if he could not defeat his opponent. You can't run away. Looking at Hotdesh who was running away, Zi-Chen smiled coldly and changed his footwork. Because he did not have the support of energy, Zi-Chen's changing footwork did not look good. It was even a little strange. However, when he used this footwork, his speed was surprisingly fast. He changed his footwork and like a blurry light, he was already several meters away and in front of a holy king. Then, a bright black sword arc slashed across the holy king's neck. The sword arc disappeared in a flash and Zi-Chen's figure had already appeared in another place. The moment his figure appeared, the sword arc appeared again. When his figure appeared, the holy king had already sensed it. He raised the weapon in his hand and was about to slash at Zi-Chen. However, as the sword arc disappeared, his movement froze. Just like that, Zi-Chen's figure rapidly changed, appearing in 8 different places during this period. In these 8 places, the expressions of the 8 holy kings froze. Their attacks were completely frozen. There was a deep sword mark on their necks. Swoosh. With a 9th flash, Zi-Chen appeared beside Hotdesh. He stared at his opponent coldly and slashed down with the broken sword in his hand. The sword arc flashed again. Go to hell. Hotdesh's heart was filled with hatred. With a roar, he raised his long sword and slashed at Zi-Chen. Perhaps he had sensed the danger of death, but the speed of his sword was actually much faster. It was as if he was about to awaken his ability. Clang. The sword and the sword collided. A strong rebounding force came from the broken sword. In this collision, Zi-Chen was actually the one at a disadvantage. However, there was also a gap on the black sword. Full text reading Zi-Chen's hand, which was holding onto the broken sword, trembled slightly. Then, he squatted down, with his left foot in front and his right foot behind, using the force of the broken sword to turn around. The broken blade also drooped down during this period, drawing an arc. The end point was Hotdesh's abdomen. Pu. The blade light flashed, and Hotdesh was cut in half. His movements were frozen, and his expression was frozen. After killing Hotdesh, Zichen's expression didn't change much. He was still in a half-squatting position, but he dashed forward in an instant. This time, the target was Hort Tongmi, who had escaped first. Zichen dashed forward. Because he was so fast, he created a gust of wind. When the wind rose, the 8 people standing in their original positions, as well as Hotdesh, fell to the ground. The old man guarding the door stared at Zichen the whole time. Since he came from a life star and used to be a member of the Zhon family, he had some knowledge about life stars, especially some secrets that others didn't know. In fact, it wasn't really a secret. Almost everyone knew about life stars. He had seen with his own eyes that Zichen's figure had flickered a total of 9 times during this process. On the life star, there was only one speed, which was the 9 flashes. 9 represented the extreme. It was a limit. In this world, the only extreme speed was the 9 flashes, which was the Thunder Clan's 9 flashes of lightning. When Zichen's body flashed 9 times, it was no doubt that he was using the Thunder Clan's extreme speed, the 9 flashes of lightning. It was recognized as the first extreme speed in all the worlds. The Zhon family had many powerful techniques, but compared to the famous world extreme speed, they were a little bit weaker. Seems like the rumor is true. Techniques from the outside world can become a kind of ability here. But the premise is that the technique must be strong enough, the old man muttered, confirming something. At this moment, Zichen had dashed in front of Huti Tang Mi. He indifferently looked at the frightened man and said, "I never break my promise." Huti Tangmi was frightened. Being stared at by Zichen, he was scared out of his wits. So many saint kings had been killed, let alone him, a saint king. However, facing this deadly situation, he didn't beg for mercy. He turned the fear in his heart into endless motivation. He shouted, "Kill!" Holding the short sword, he dashed towards Zichen. "You're brave, but you've lost your mind. Too many loopholes." Zichen shook his head. At this moment, Huti Tangmi didn't know what to do. If he used his brute force to attack, he would die faster. The unsheathed broken saber flashed, and the saber arc appeared. The saber arc flashed and disappeared. Huti Tang Mi's attack froze, just 1 inch away from hitting Zichen. At this point, Zichen had fulfilled his promise and killed all those who opposed him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he had killed to establish his power. As far as the eye could see, everyone avoided eye contact with Zichen. The front of the stone house was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight. Zichen had killed to establish his power. No one dared to step forward. There was dead silence all around. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Other than Huti Tangmi, the other 4 saints who had come here to look for opportunities were nowhere to be seen. No one knew when they had escaped. An expert with extreme speed appeared in such a way. His gaze swept across the scene. After no one stepped forward, Zichen turned around and began to clean up the battlefield under everyone's gaze. His speed was not fast, but each step was very steady. He picked up the weapons one by one. In this world, based on the current environment, the most precious things were naturally those weapons. One must know that the old man had stayed here for many years, but he had not been able to own a weapon of his own. From this, one could see how precious weapons were here. Of course, the old man's personality of waiting for death was also a big reason. The old man who was still guarding the door reacted. He stepped on the blood and quickly stepped forward. "Leave this kind of small matter to me." After saying that, without waiting for Zichen to speak, he quickly picked up the weapons one by one. However, he did not take the pickaxes and other things that were not very valuable. While the old man was picking up the weapons, Zichen stood aside and watched. After picking up all the weapons, the old man turned around and said to the people who were still around, "I'll leave the rest to you guys. But before you leave, please help us clean up the blood here." As he spoke, he took the weapons and walked toward his house. After a slight hesitation, Zichen followed behind and walked in. As the stone door closed again, the old man let out a huge sigh of relief. As for Zichen, he could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his vision turned black as he fell to the ground. The old man reacted quickly. He immediately caught Zi Chen, then slowly put down the weapons in his hands. He carried Zi Chen to his bedroom. In today's battle, Zi Chen had awakened his ability and killed dozens of Saint Kings. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. But at the same time, Zi Chen had paid a huge price for this. His injuries were very serious. If those people really did not fear death and charged forward without any regard for their lives, Zi Chen would eventually not be able to hold on. But unfortunately, they were scared out of their wits by Zi Chen. After simply treating Zi Chen's wounds, the old man looked at Zi Chen who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He shook his head and sighed softly. After interacting with Zi Chen for a few months, he had never realized that Zi Chen actually had such a side to him. The way he fought with his life in exchange for his life moved him very much. Although he was a Saint King before coming here, he had never dealt with heaven-defying people. In his era, the heaven-defying people were completely controlled by those few great saints. They did not allow others to interfere at all. It was said that the heaven-defying people of his generation were killed by those few great saints. In today's battle, he saw Zi Chen's firm belief and was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt ashamed. If he had half of Zi Chen's belief, he probably would not have fallen to such a state. Recuperate well. After your injuries are healed, you have to leave here. This place does not belong to you. It only belongs to people like us who have given up hope and are just waiting for death to come. After leaving the bedroom, the old man began to organize Zi Chen's things. The harvest this time was not small. Just these few weapons were already a considerable asset. In addition to the sacred black crystal, as well as Zi Chen's gains during this time, Zi Chen believed that once he reached the town, he would have a certain amount of resources to survive. The news of the large sacred black crystal and the awakening of his ability almost spread to the nearby villages at the same time, causing a great commotion. In particular, the matter of an ability user slaughtering dozens of people in a day was even more shocking. In this battle, Zi Chen had killed people to establish his might. Although others knew that Zi Chen had good things in his hands, they did not dare to cause trouble for him. Outside the stone house, after the old man went in, the others came forward one after another. With the fastest speed, they plundered the belongings of the corpses and even cleaned up the battlefield. In addition to these obvious gains, the dead Saint Kings all had their own residences. Many of them lived in stone houses. Now that they were dead, the houses naturally belonged to those who came first. They did not dare to provoke Zi Chen, but in order to maximize their gains, they targeted those who obtained the stone houses first. The nearby villages, which had been peaceful for a long time, were in great turmoil because of the sacred black crystal. It was likely that this turmoil would take a long time to calm down. As for Zi Chen, who had awakened his ability, because he had not appeared for a long time, he was gradually forgotten. On the contrary, Jiatu Huangtu walked out of the blacksmith shop almost every day. Looking at the stone house where Zi Chen was, his expression was somewhat anxious, as if he had something to tell Zi Chen. Several times, when he had made up his mind to look for Zi Chen, he had been dragged back by the blacksmith. In the blacksmith's words, Zi Chen had nothing to do with the Jiatu family. Chapter 2481. C_T. 3 days later, Zi Chen woke up. After a few days of deep sleep, his body naturally recovered from his injuries. A perfect body wasn't as simple as it sounded. Even though he was suppressed by the rules in this world, his body was still much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also the fundamental reason why Zi Chen chose to engage in a life-and-death battle with these sage rulers. A powerful body had always been his greatest reliance. It could ensure that he had a powerful vitality. After getting up, he still felt pain in a few places on his body. The other places were mostly healed. As for the wounds from before, they had long scabbed over. "You're awake. Drink something first." The old man walked in from outside. When he saw that Zi Chen had woken up, he turned back and brought a bowl of porridge for Zi Chen. The quality of this porridge was much better than the one the old man gave him the first time. It was left behind by Wu Lu. Zi Chen, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, took it and began to gulp it down without hesitation. The porridge wasn't hot. It was obvious that it had been cooked for some time. After Zi Chen finished it in big mouthfuls, he expressed that it wasn't enough. It wasn't until 3 big bowls of porridge that Zi Chen felt full. After resting on the bed for a while, he tried to get out of bed and start walking. In your current state, don't go out, the old man reminded him as he looked at Zi Chen, who was walking back and forth. Zi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he raised his head and asked, "Does my situation count as having an ability?" "Yes, of course. However, there are some differences between this ability of yours and the commonly known abilities. If I'm not wrong, your ability isn't stimulated by your body, but by your cultivation technique in the outside world." The old man looked at Zi Chen and said, "Your extreme speed doesn't come from your body, but from your cultivation technique. Of course, this is also considered an ability, extreme speed ability. With this ability, you will have a speed faster than others. In a battle, you will be almost invincible." The old man pointed at the bamboo basket in the corner of the room and said, "Now that you have the ability, it is no longer suitable for you to continue staying in the village. I have already packed your things for you. Once your injuries have healed, you can leave." "Am I alone?" Zi Chen asked. "Yes. Although I once said that I would escort you to the town, you have awakened your ability and no longer need an escort. You just have to remember one thing. When night is about to fall, find a well-hidden cave or tree hole to hide. Don't ever let yourself be exposed in the dark. Unless you have super strong defense, you'll die a horrible death." 7 days later, Zi Chen's injuries were completely healed. He was ready to go out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out of the room, Zi Chen saw Jiao Tu and Huang Tu, who were pacing back and forth not far away. "Zi Chen, you're finally out." After seeing Zi Chen, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's faces immediately revealed a hint of surprise and walked over. "What's the matter?" Zi Chen looked at Jiao Tu and Huang Tu walking over with a smile on his face. "We're leaving. Today, we're here to say goodbye to you." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu walked in front of Zi Chen and said, "Go. Where to?" Zi Chen was startled. "To the town. Someone has already come to pick us up. Today is the last day I can delay." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's expression gradually became solemn. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "Zi Chen, you've killed a lot of people from the Hort family this time. The two sides can be considered to have formed a deadly feud. You must be careful. The Hort family's power in this world has reached a level that you can't imagine." Zi Chen listened quietly. He knew that Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were not waiting for him to say these words. "Zi Chen, after coming here, we have a little understanding of this world. As far as I know, if you want to have the ability, that city can satisfy you. Our Jiao Tu family also has some foundation here. So, after we came here, we will follow the route they designed and eventually enter the city." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked around and lowered their voices. "I once heard the blacksmith ancestor say that if you want to enter the city, you must ask for the help of the experts from the Life Star. However, I heard that those people are used to living an idle life. They may not be willing to help others, but this is the only way for you to enter the city. How will you go to the town?" Zi Chen nodded and asked. After seeing the old man, he knew that there must be other people from the Life Star in this world. "The old ancestor with ability has come to pick us up. In the next period of time, we will follow the old ancestor in the town to learn some survival skills. Then, we will find a way to enter the city to find the holy weapon." Zi Chen slightly frowned and said, "So, the Hort family will be the same as you. They will also have ability users come to take them away." "That's true. Although our 3 forces don't interact with each other, this situation is the same. These years, the experts of the family have stayed here for the limited number of places to take the holy weapon and strengthen the family. The Jiao Tu family was already the top force in the Star Road. There was no other family stronger than them. The other 2 families were at best equal to the Jiao Tu family. Even such a powerful family was not satisfied with the status quo and wanted to continue to be strong. Today, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu came to remind Zi Chen. This was a kind gesture, and it was also a concern between friends. Zi Chen still frowned. He felt something wrong from Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's words, but he wasn't too worried. Will they also come in the next few days? Zichen asked again. I'm not sure, but the time should be about the same. Looking at Zichen's frown, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu nodded and said, but soon he realized what Zichen meant. His expression changed slightly, and he said, Are you worried? If the Hort family sent ability users and heard that a new ability user had awakened, and it was their enemy, he believed that the other party should be very interested in this ability user. Then let's go now. Although we can't take you with us, you can still follow behind us. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said immediately. Zichen shook his head and said, No need. Zichen, now is not the time to be impulsive. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said anxiously. There's really no need. Zichen looked in the direction outside the village and said, They are already here. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu turned their heads and followed Zichen's gaze. They saw a group of people walking towards them from outside the village. Among these people, most of Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked very familiar. They were the spectators in the battle where Zichen awakened his ability. Of course, if Zichen hadn't awakened his ability, they might have been one of the raiders. After these people entered the village, they went straight in this direction. As they moved forward, they would occasionally look back, and their expressions were very respectful. When they looked back again, they saw Zichen from afar. They were all startled, but soon, their faces were filled with anticipation. Behind those people were 5 people. 4 of them were the 4 saints who had come in with Hotep Tommy at that time. There was nothing to pay attention to these 4 people. Zichen could kill 2 with 1 slash, and 4 with 2 slashes. At that moment, his gaze landed on the 5th person. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. Within his eyes was a sinister and ruthless expression. Occasionally, a cold glint would flash through his eyes. It was like the gazes of poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness of this world, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. This person was obviously the ability user who came to pick up the 4 people. The other party's purpose was also very obvious. It was for the previous incident, to kill Zichen. Zichen's gaze quickly swept past the 5th person. Although this person looked cold, for Zichen, it was nothing. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger, but that danger didn't come from the other party. As his gaze shifted, Zichen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man's side. Beside him, there was a big snake that looked like it was carved out of wood. It was raising its head and following the middle-aged man. The big snake raised its head. Its height was almost the same as the middle-aged man's. Its body was thicker than an ordinary person's arm, and it was nearly 4 meters long. This big snake looked like it was carved out of wood, but its eyes were filled with the intelligence and cold light that a poisonous snake should have. The other party followed the middle-aged man on its own. Obviously, it wasn't an inanimate object. Although the 2 sides were still far apart, the moment he saw the big snake, Zichen was sure that the sense of danger came from the other party. That's a puppet master. Just as Zichen was sizing up the strange wooden snake, he heard a cry of surprise from Jiao Tu and Huang Tu beside him. Puppet master? Zichen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this term in this world. One of the ability users, good at controlling mechanical puppets. That snake should be a mechanical puppet. It looks very powerful, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said, their faces a little pale. They knew more about this world than Zichen, so they knew the strength of a puppet master. It was a kind of innate ability, much more powerful than an extreme speed ability. Is it the same as the beastmasters in the outside world? Zichen asked again. The meaning is about the same, but in this world, the probability of a beastmaster awakening is too low. It's almost impossible to see. On the contrary, this puppet master has become one of the most powerful abilities. Looking at the snake, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said with a bitter face, Now, I can only hope that the ancestor can stop the other party. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. Just as the people in front were about to reach the blacksmith shop, a group of people walked out from inside. The leader was a man with a long sword on his back. Behind him were the blacksmith, Jiao Tu, and Ming Tu. After the man appeared, he stood in front of the group, forcing the group to stop. These people were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet another ability user. Kuluo, you want to stop me? From afar, Zichen heard a low shout. Chapter 2482. C_T, Kenny, stop. Kello was an ability user of the Jatu family, and he was also the one who led the 4 saints of the Jatu family into the town. Today, he appeared and stood in front of Hort Kenny to stop him. He really had no choice. After coming here, he learned some things about Zichen. He was very surprised, but he also guessed that today's scene would happen. Originally, he didn't want to interfere in this matter, but Zichen was related to a sacred weapon of the Jatu family, so he had to appear. He knew Kenny very well and knew what methods the other party had, so he was very afraid. Kenny from the Hort family looked indifferently at Jatu Kello in front of him and said, "You want to interfere in this matter?" As he spoke, the big snake beside him that looked like a wooden sculpture flicked its tongue in and out like a real living creature, staring at Kello with cold eyes. "He has some connections with our Jatu family," Kello said in a deep voice, not retreating. Although he was afraid of Kenny, he wasn't afraid. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the other people in the village. The villagers who hadn't left yet walked out of their rooms one by one and looked over curiously. The old man also walked out. After seeing the scene in front of him, his face became extremely ugly. He looked at Zichen, who was still in a daze, and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the things and leave." Obviously, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The Jatu family was willing to step in, but it was only to stop them. They definitely wouldn't fight with the other party because of Zichen. After the 2 sides reached a stalemate to a certain extent, one side would choose to retreat, and that side would definitely be the people of the Jatu family. They didn't need to risk their lives with an ability user because of Zichen, and their will to protect them wouldn't be very firm. "Yes, hurry up and leave. Now." Jatu Huangtu also nodded and said. Obviously, he was also aware of this point. Zichen stood in place and didn't leave. He glanced at the old man and said, "Tell me about the puppet snake. How can we have time to talk about this now? Hurry up and leave. If we're late, we won't be able to leave." As he spoke, the old man was about to turn back to the house to pack up Zichen's things, but he was stopped by Zichen. "I'm not leaving. Tell me, what's so special about it? I'll pay more attention during the battle later," Zichen said indifferently. Of course, he couldn't leave. Not to mention that the other party had already seen him, he might not be able to escape. Even if he relied on his extreme speed to escape, the other party's anger would definitely be directed at the old man. Zichen did not wish to cause the death of the old man who had treated him well. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the old man couldn't help but sigh and say, "That puppet snake is extremely strong. Once entangled, your ribs will break and you will suffocate to death. Looking at that puppet snake, it shouldn't be of the lowest grade. If I'm not wrong, its mouth must contain a highly toxic poison. Once bitten, or if the poison comes into contact with the body, the poison will kill you. Are these the only 2 points you have? Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? For example, that puppet master. What kind of tricks does he have?" Zichen asked, his expression still calm. "That's already very strong. Only other ability users can deal with it." The old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that puppet snake. That's the only thing the puppet master relies on. It can attack and defend. It's very powerful. However, if you have a way to pass through the puppet and get close to the other party, then the puppet master's combat power is not much different from that of an ordinary person." Puppet masters themselves were not strong. This was publicly acknowledged, but that was only among ability users. For those who did not have the ability, a puppet master with a puppet could easily wipe out a village. For example, if Hot Kenny wanted to kill, then the entire village would be destroyed. Zichen nodded. It seemed that what he needed to pay attention to next was that puppet snake. The confrontation in front slowly reached its final juncture. When the ability user from the Katu family turned around and saw that Zichen was still standing in place, the confrontation came to an end. Katu Kello snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped aside. Then, he looked at Zichen with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, The time he spent blocking the other party was enough for Zichen to escape. However, Zichen refused to escape no matter what, so it had nothing to do with him. Zichen's value to the Katu family was just a chance to obtain a holy weapon. However, the Katu family had obtained such a chance many times, but very few succeeded. Right now, they had 5 chances. If they had to pay a high price, then they didn't mind wasting one chance. Hotkeni walked in front of Katu Kello. The guides who had previously walked in high spirits in front of him didn't immediately follow him this time. They knew how powerful Zichen was, so they didn't dare to get too close to Zichen. The gap between ability users and ordinary people was like heaven and earth. The puppet snake slithered on the ground. Wherever its thick body passed, it left deep marks. The 4 saints from the Hort family also paused for a moment before following with the others. They also didn't dare to get too close. When they recalled Zichen's fighting style of killing people with one slash, they still felt their hearts palpitate. Zichen didn't return to his room. The old man had taken out the sword. He stood in front of the stone house with the sword in his hand, quietly watching the man and the snake gradually approaching. The old man and Katu Kello had already retreated far away. The next battle between the 2 ability users would definitely be shocking. If they rashly approached, they would definitely be injured. Everyone subconsciously retreated or distanced themselves from the 2 aptitude users. There was already enough space on the battlefield. Zichen stared at Hotkeni in front of him. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly. His eyes gradually narrowed, and a cold light appeared. Tap. The 2 sides didn't have any symbolic dialogue. Zichen held the scabbard and took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the ground, making a tapping sound. Tap. Tap. Then, his footsteps began to change. The sound of footsteps rang out. Tap. 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 Zichen held the scabbard and began to move forward. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his target was Hotkeni. Hotkeni, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at Zichen, who was rushing toward him. The corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. The puppet snake, which was originally next to him, came forward, wagging its tail, and came in front of him. It stood between the 2 sides. The puppet snake's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Its eyes were fixed on Zichen, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. The distance between the 2 sides was shortened in the blink of an eye. Zichen stomped his foot hard. With a tremor, his body soared into the sky. His right hand fell on the broken sword, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. Kaye. The sound of a spring rang out. The puppet snake's body rose high and instantly reached more than 2 meters, blocking Zichen, who was about to pass over it. Then, the snake opened its mouth, revealing a few poisonous fangs, and made a move to bite Zichen. Swoosh. The puppet snake's attack was very sharp. With a strong wind, it blew Zichen's hair and robe. At this time, Zichen was very calm. His body, without any support, suddenly began to rotate. As he rotated, his body began to change direction. The snake's head, which had launched the attack, brushed past the rotating Zichen's robe, shattering a few pieces of his robe. Zichen, on the other hand, dodged the attack, bypassed the snake's head, and looked down at Hotkeni from above. Swoosh. A bright light flashed, and the broken sword was instantly unsheathed, fiercely slashing at Hotkeni's head. The latter looked at this scene indifferently. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he was surprised that his opponent could dodge the puppet snake's attack so easily. However, there was also a hint of sarcasm in his surprise. He did not seem to care about Zichen's attack. After dodging the snake's head, there was still the snake's tail. A strong wind whistled, like a long whip, sweeping towards Zichen's waist. The speed of the attack was even faster than Zichen's. Clang! Looking at the snake's tail sweeping towards him, Zichen swung his sword. The invincible broken sword hit the snake's tail, but it exploded with a loud bang, and sparks flew everywhere. A powerful force came from the snake's tail, almost shaking the broken sword out of his hand. Zichen's body rotated again, and he retreated while spinning. He retreated again and again until he was 10 meters away. His body steadied. He held the scabbard in his left hand and the broken sword in his right hand in front of his chest. He stared warily at the puppet snake in front of him. He did not dare to say that he used his full strength, but he definitely used 80% of his strength. However, he did not manage to cut off the snake's tail, only leaving a hole on it. The puppet snake's sturdiness surprised him, and it made him more careful. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Chen began to rush forward, his figure blurring. Kenny snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not control the puppet snake, but the snake's mouth suddenly opened wide. Then, Chen saw a sparkling luster flashing in the direction of the snake's mouth. Without saying a word, he dodged to the side. Drops of sparkling liquid appeared from the snake's mouth and then exploded. The exploded liquid, like a drizzle, began to scatter in all directions, accompanied by a strong bitter and sour smell in the air. When the liquid touched Chen's body, a sizzling sound could be heard. The robe on his body was corroded into many small holes. Obviously, this was a kind of poison. Chen's figure kept flashing, but a large space in front of him was shrouded in this kind of drizzle-like poison, making it impossible for Chen to get close. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of the snake tail tearing through the air continuously rang out. In the face of this unexpected attack, Chen appeared to be in an extremely sorry state as he dodged. Kenny did not make a sound from beginning to end. He just looked indifferently at Chen, who was jumping up and down like a monkey. His opponent's reaction speed was beyond his expectations. Although his clothes were covered with fine wormholes, they were still intact. The others around looked at the scene nervously, for fear of missing any details. "It's over." Kenny waved his hand impatiently. The puppet snake that was spitting out snake liquid suddenly stopped. Its mouth was still wide open, and a tube extended from the snake's mouth, aimed at Chen. Chapter 2483. C_T. In everyone's eyes, this battle was already very dangerous. Almost all the books you want to read are available. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Chen weaved through the poisonous liquid and dodged, using his understanding of extreme speed to the extreme. If it had been them, they would have died from the poisonous liquid in a matter of minutes. In the distance, Gartucolo, who had been watching the battle indifferently, gradually frowned. This was the reason why he was afraid of Kenny. If his opponent used poison, he wouldn't be able to get close at all. As he watched the battle, Chen's speed surprised him. However, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before Chen's strength was exhausted too quickly. When his speed slowed down, it would naturally be the time for Chen to die. In Gartucolo's opinion, this battle should continue for a while before it ended. The final result would naturally be Chen's death. However, he didn't expect that the puppet snake, which was spraying poisonous liquid on the battlefield, would suddenly stop attacking. Under normal circumstances, this would happen because the poison hidden in the snake's body had been used up. However, the battle had just begun, so it was impossible for this to happen. Immediately after, he saw that the puppet snake's mouth was still wide open. A black tube extended from it, the mouth of which was aimed at Chen. Gartucolo's expression suddenly changed. He recognized what the tube was and guessed what it contained. His expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "That's poisonous fog. Retreat quickly." At this moment, he was a long distance away from the battlefield. However, after seeing the tube, he still cried out involuntarily and kept retreating. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the others immediately turned around and fled at lightning speed. The old man, Jiao Tu, and Huang Tu pushed the door open and closed it again. This was the furthest they could retreat. After retreating into the room, the old man's face was filled with fear and worry. This puppet snake has poisonous fog on its body. This time, Chen won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he ran to the window with Jiao Tu and Huang Tu and looked outside through the crystal window. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. Over there, the puppet snake had already launched its attack. Poisonous fog constantly spewed out from the puppet snake's mouth. The poisonous fog appeared to be 3 different colors, forming a huge 3-colored fog. The tri-colored fog appeared very quickly and spread very quickly. Even Zi Chen, who had extreme speed, couldn't avoid it in time. Everyone watched as Zi Chen, who was retreating, was instantly enveloped by the tri-colored fog. This 3-colored fog was very peculiar. It continued to spread forward in a fan shape. It did not affect the puppet snake and Hort Kenny behind it at all. When the latter saw Zi Chen shrouded in the tri-colored fog, a faint smile finally appeared on his cold face. "It's over, it's over." Sighs could be heard all around them. The tri-colored poisonous fog was a very peculiar poison. It was much more terrifying than the previous venom. The previous venom would only take effect after it came into contact with the body. It would only be fatal when it fused with the blood. However, this tri-colored poisonous fog had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at living creatures. Once enveloped by the tri-colored poisonous fog, even if one held their breath, the poison would still invade the surface of the body and corrode the entire body until it melted. Even in a small town, this kind of poison would still make many people wary. If Gartucolo had been confident in fighting Hort Kenny before, after seeing the tri-colored poisonous fog, he had completely lost his confidence. Even an antidote pill might not be able to neutralize this kind of poison. Unless it was a specially configured antidote pill, or if one had a strong body that was resistant to poison, it would be impossible to block the tri-colored poisonous fog. Gartucolo shook his head as he looked at him. It was obvious that Zi Chen, who had just awakened his ability, had already died in the tri-colored poisonous fog. Faced with this kind of situation, no one could block the poisonous fog. Even Gartucolo was not optimistic about Zi Chen. No one else present was optimistic about Zi Chen, including the old man and Gartucolo. This was because the origin of the tri-colored poisonous fog was too great. Zi Chen, who could only neutralize ordinary snake antidotes, could not block it. The poisonous fog was still spreading and spreading. The poisonous fog ahead was even denser. It could be seen how determined the other party was to kill Zi Chen. The remaining poison spread and diluted, spreading in all directions. Those who were far away felt a little dizzy after breathing in. Their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated far away. Even from so far away, the poison had made them dizzy. There was no need to think about what would happen to Zi Chen. The poison that was spreading in all directions had no lethality to Hort Kenny. His gaze was still fixed on the fog in front of him, and he sneered. After 3 breaths, after feeling that he had released a poison that could kill several ability users, he waved his hand. The tube in the puppet snake's mouth in front of him stopped spraying and then slowly retracted. "It's over," he murmured, his expression completely relaxed. At this moment, the fog suddenly began to surge, like a strong gust of wind, carrying a strong aura. Hort Kenny's expression suddenly changed. The puppet snake that had closed its mouth flashed with a cold light again. A cloud of poison mist suddenly left the area in front of him and headed straight for him. Whoosh! The snake's tail swung and hit the cloud of poisonous fog. With a bang, the poisonous fog exploded, and a light figure flashed from it. In the blink of an eye, the light figure arrived in front of Hort Kenny. The pair of cold eyes fell on Hort Kenny's panicked face. When Hort Kenny saw the face of the light figure, his eyes immediately widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw Zi Chen. Not only was his body not eroded by the poisonous fog, but he was also unharmed. Swoosh! Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the unsheathed broken sword swept across Hort Kenny's neck. The snake's mouth that was only a few feet away from Zi Chen's head also stopped after Zi Chen's broken sword cut across Hort Kenny's neck. After that, the snake's body twisted and fell to the ground with a popping sound. Huff! 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 The broken sword returned to its sheath. Zi Chen gasped for breath. While gasping for breath, he coughed violently as if he wanted to cough out all the poison that was inhaled into his lungs. There was a bloodstain on Hort Kenny's neck. His vitality had disappeared. He died, but his eyes were wide open. He died with grievance. The puppet snake had lost its master and completely turned into a wooden puppet. It no longer had any use. There was no threat to Zichen around, so Zichen kept coughing, trying to cough out all the discomfort in his heart. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene stood there motionless as if they were petrified. His expression was completely frozen. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Zichen gave them the feeling that he was a ghost. He walked out of the three-colored poisonous fog without any injuries. Not to mention his body being corroded, there was no sign of his body melting. There was not even the slightest trace of corrosion on his body. Could it be that the three-colored poisonous fog was fake? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such doubts. No one could survive the three-colored poisonous fog. This situation could only mean that the poison was fake. Bang! At this moment, a sound was heard not far away. It was a Saint King who had accidentally inhaled too much of the poisonous fog and collapsed. He had accidentally inhaled poison that had been diluted many times. He had actually fainted just like that. It could be seen that the three-colored poisonous fog was not fake at all. However, Zichen was unscathed. What was the point of that? Zichen's coughing gradually stopped. He lowered his head and glanced at Hort Kenny, who had died with grievance, and said, "Idiot, what is this? Do you think you can deal with me with the three-colored smoke? But it's quite unbearable." Hearing Zichen's words, the others in the distance all had the urge to faint. The three-colored poisonous fog that could kill upon contact had actually become three-colored smoke in his mouth, and its effect was only unbearable. Was he still human? This poisonous fog is definitely real. He definitely doesn't have a special antidote. It's said that only some powerful and special constitutions can resist the three-colored poisonous fog. He should belong to the latter. Gartukalo, who was more knowledgeable than the others, looked at Zichen with flickering eyes. He had some guesses about Zichen's situation. Shaking his head, Zichen looked around and found that there was no one around. Even the old man had disappeared. Although the poisonous fog had dispersed a little, it had not completely dispersed. In particular, where Zichen was, the poison was still very dense. No one dared to approach rashly. Looking back, Zichen found that these people were further away. Among them were the 4 pale-faced saints from the Hort clan. He looked at the 4 of them and smiled. His smile was ferocious. His left hand grabbed the broken sword in the scabbard, and he walked in that direction. Seeing Zichen walking in this direction, the nearby Saint King's expressions all changed. They sensibly dispersed. An ability user had been killed, let alone them. Moreover, they were suspected of bringing ability users here, so they walked very far away. "You guys leave here first." Seeing Zichen's arrival, the 4 saints were terrified. They knew that Zichen's target was them. Just when they did not know what to do, they suddenly heard a voice. When they turned around, they saw an ability user from the Gartukalo clan. The other party was walking in their direction. It seemed like he wanted to protect them. Nodding gratefully at the other party, the 4 of them quickly retreated. Then, like stray dogs, they ran out of the village. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen roared and was about to give chase. At this moment, Gartukalo, who had a long sword on his back, blocked Zichen's path and stared at Zichen. "You want to stop me?" Zichen looked at him and said indifferently. Chapter 2484. C_T. Before coming here, Gartukalo already had a certain understanding of Zichen. In the last battle, he had not died even after suffering such heavy injuries. In addition, he had just survived the tricolored poison mist. Gartukalo was certain that Zichen had an extraordinary constitution. It was this constitution that allowed him to have the ability to fight continuously and resist poison. The Life Star was known as the Land of Miracles. As a heaven-defying person on the Life Star, it was understandable that Zichen had such a constitution. Such a constitution was indeed powerful, but Gartukalo was not afraid. He was only afraid of the tricolored poison mist. Thus, he looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "I am saving you." Zichen looked ahead. There, the figures of the 4 saints were gradually shrinking as they ran further and further away. If you kill them now, it will be the same as cutting off the Hort family's path. They will not let this go. Although you killed an aptitude user today, I believe you should know that luck played a large part in it. Do you think the Hort family only has one aptitude user? Or are you confident that you can fight against the Hort family here? Zi Chen retracted his gaze and said indifferently, when we meet, we will fight to the death. That is still much better than a real fight to the death. Gartukalo said in a low voice. A real fight to the death and a real fight to the death did not seem to have much difference, but the meaning was completely different. The former meant that after both sides met, there would be a fight to the death, while the latter was a fight to the death until one side was completely dead. There was still room to maneuver in the former, but the latter was a real fight to the death. This sentence was very reasonable. It seemed that the other party was really thinking for Zi Chen. However, Zi Chen, who had seen a lot of the world, knew very well that in a fight to the death, there was still the possibility of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. If he really killed these four fellows, the Hort family would completely lose their qualification this time. Then, when the Hort family crazily chased after him, they would definitely not let the four from the Gartukalo family go. They had already lost their chance, so how could they let the other party have the chance to obtain a saint weapon? The sound of footsteps came from behind. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu ran over. The old man followed behind them. He ran to Zi Chen's side and looked at Zi Chen excitedly. Zi Chen, how did you do it? There was no need for Zi Chen to consider the gains and losses for too long. If he killed the four of them now, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. He no longer looked at Cachukelo and turned back to Cachukelo. What do you mean, how did you do it? That three-colored poisonous fog is very poisonous. It is said that one will die upon contact. How did you resist it? Jiao Tu and Huang Tu asked again. Is that poison? I thought it was smoke. Zi Chen's heart still palpitated when he recalled the puppet snake's strange behavior. The sudden appearance of the smoke had made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to retreat as he was immediately enveloped. Just as he was thinking that things were not going well, he realized that the smoke did not cause any effective harm to him. It was even less lethal than the poison from before. It had to be known that the poison would at least corrode his clothes, but this smoke only made him feel choked. In the smoke, he could not see anything, so he could only be in a state of alert. He did not think that the smoke was a type of poison. He thought that the puppet snake would take advantage of his blurred vision to launch an attack. So he waited quietly and did not make the slightest sound. In the end, nothing happened. When Jiao Tu and Huang Tu heard Zi Chen's words, they were speechless. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. They did not even dare to touch the three-colored poisonous fog, but when it came to Zi Chen, it had turned into smoke. And it had no effect on him at all. The four saints had already run away, and the people who had been watching the show had also left. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu said goodbye to Zi Chen and followed Cachukelo back to the small town. For a moment, only Zi Chen and the old man were left alive, as well as a dead person and a puppet snake. That puppet snake is good stuff. It can be sold for a good price in the small town, the old man said as he pointed at the puppet snake not far away. Cachukelo left with the people of the Jiao Tu family, but he did not bring him, an ability user who could kill ability users. This was clearly to avoid suspicion. He did not want to have too much to do with Zi Chen, and he did not want to completely become enemies with the Hort family. Zi Chen returned to his room and walked out with the bamboo basket on his back. The bamboo basket contained his harvest over the years. The huge piece of holy black crystal was wrapped in a rag and placed at the bottom. The rest of the ores were placed in the middle, and at the top was some food. It was almost impossible to reach the small town in a day's time. In the meantime, they would need to stay in the wilderness for a night. Food was also a necessity. However, the old man told Zi Chen not to worry too much, because there would be some small inns along the way for people to rest. If it was a normal person, it might be dangerous, but Zi Chen was an ability user, so no one dared to have any ideas about him. He also told Zi Chen that if he did not trust others, then he should find a cave to rest in and leave the next day. As for the night, no one dared to walk outside. Occasionally, there would be some powerful ability users who did not fear the fear of the night. Carrying the bamboo basket and wrapping the puppet snake around his waist, Zi Chen stepped on the road to the small town. The old man sent Zi Chen all the way to the outskirts of the village. Zi Chen waved his hand and left. "I hope you can leave this damned place," the old man muttered in a low voice and turned to walk towards the village. In the direction of the small town, the old man had already pointed out very clearly. Along the way, he should try to walk on the main road. Although it would be troublesome to meet some people, compared to the insects and snakes that could rush out at any time to take people's lives, the danger brought by humans was much less. The road ahead was not difficult to find. At noon, Zi Chen walked for about 10 miles and found a big rock to rest. After eating some dry food, he continued on his way. Along the way, he met some holy kings who looked like villagers. When they saw Zi Chen, their first expression was unfriendly. However, after seeing the puppet snake wrapped around Zi Chen's waist and shoulder, the unfriendliness in their eyes turned into shock. In this dark night, he would only stay for one night, so Zi Chen did not want to cause any trouble. When the sky was about to turn dark, he found the cave that the old man had pointed out to him. The cave was well hidden, covered with fallen leaves. The cave was a little damp, and it looked like no one had lived in it for a long time. Zi Chen did a simple cleaning and placed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake inside. Then, he found a few large rocks and sealed the entrance of the cave. In this world, there would be wind at night, and mosquito-like insects would appear in the wind. They were very aggressive and dangerous. In addition, on the ground, there were also groups of ants moving forward. They were in groups and were also a powerful species. Compared to other dangers, in this world at night, these two things were the most dangerous. As night fell, the wind blew again. Through the sealed cave, Zi Chen could hear buzzing sounds from the outside world. In addition to the buzzing sounds, there were also rustling sounds, which should be the sound of the divine ants gnawing on the trees. In this world, the wooden houses were built with a very special kind of wood. This kind of wood was not only tough, but also gave off a very strange smell that only the divine ants could smell. They did not gnaw on it. In this strange world, it was his first time spending the night outside. Zi Chen was still a little nervous, so he could not go to sleep early. Suddenly, he heard the roars of beasts coming from a distance. In this world, there were beasts, which could be called divine beasts, but they were not the kind of divine beasts that could really call the wind and summon the rain. However, in this world, they were much more powerful than those holy beasts. They could barely be called pseudo-divine beasts. At that time, the old man had told him that if he wanted to kill these pseudo-divine beasts, only those powerful ability users could do it. Just like in the mortal world, in this world, there were also hunters, but what they hunted were not beasts, but pseudo-divine beasts that were even more powerful than holy beasts. Boom! Suddenly, Zi Chen heard a stronger wind, and then he felt the whole ground shaking. The angry roars of beasts seemed to be very close, mixed with anger and fear. Someone should be fighting. Hiding in the cave, Zi Chen secretly guessed. The old man had told him that this world was full of danger at night. Anyone who dared to appear at night, whether it was a human or a beast, was an extremely powerful existence. Undoubtedly, on this night, Zi Chen encountered such a level of existence. In addition to the roars of beasts, Zi Chen could also hear explosive shouts, and now he was more and more sure that there were hunters hunting pseudo-divine beasts outside. He was curious, but he also knew that with his current strength, he could not walk in the dark. Thus, he could only hope that those people who were fighting would not affect him. He just wanted to stay here quietly for one night, and then enter the town the next day. The fighting outside was getting more and more intense, and the frequency of the ground shaking was also getting faster and faster. Zi Chen's face became very ugly, because listening to the sound of the fighting, it seemed that this place was getting closer and closer. The god of luck was not able to favor him tonight, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Just when he was most nervous, he heard a tremor coming from the sealed cave, followed by splashing stones. Zi Chen saw a big black guy with its back against the cave. The big guy looked like a big bear, but there was no hair on the surface of its body, and it was very shiny. At a glance, Zi Chen saw that it was a puppet like the snake behind him. This big guy was obviously shocked here by a strong force, and it was very curious about the cave behind it. After getting up, it looked back and saw Zi Chen, and a touch of surprise flashed in its cold eyes. After that, it ignored Zi Chen and continued to rush forward. However, at this moment, Zi Chen felt an urge to scold someone. The reason for that was because right after he left, many palm-sized ants suddenly rushed into the cave from the outside. Not only was the ant big, but its eyes were also shining, staring at Zi Chen. Damn it! With a curse, Zi Chen did not care about what was outside, grabbed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake, and ran outside. If he was any slower, he would have been drowned by these ants.